I'm going to misspell Espanol words in the comments, and I'm going to be misspelling them here tonight on Flat Earth Nation. So I might as well just get started 10 seconds early every now and then. Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. Oh, my goodness. Dirt is a scab? Dry ground is a scab? Paco, man. Are you clickbaiting? Are you kind of clickbaiting? You are kind of clickbaiting. Got some signs out there. You got Sean out there. Hi, Sean. How do I say hi, Sean, to I, Sean? Sean, get in here, if you wouldn't mind, and tell me what you're talking about. Because I got a show tonight. I got a lot of tabs pulled up. And I'm wondering if you can hear me. I'm trying to keep it. I got it turned up. Wait till you see all this stuff I got, man. You ever hear of, uh-oh. I can tell. This is going to be hard. But have you ever heard me mention Isadora Duncan? I mentioned her the other day. We'll count that. Because there's a lot of times in my life I read about an essay, heard about it. Don't know if it was a documentary, but I think I was reading it that said that she was the girl that invented modern interpretive dance. I didn't care. I didn't look it up. I didn't go to that page. But it did have a quote. It said, she also is the one that was asked, how did you get the idea to invent modern interpretive dance? Isabella Duncan, who I'd even thought of until the other day because I used that quote, said, I told them I was a genius and they believed me. I'm not sure if she's far from the truth or if it was because who she was hanging around with. Because today, as I had a few times, although, I get more complaints about sensory overload than I do about things be confusing, even when I'm trying to teach math. But I added on extra stuff. I looked up Isabella Duncan tonight, and you're not going to believe it. Hi there. So as I start, no doubt, man, I want to say hola. I wish I could say it in Denmarkian, where Joris is from. I believe that's how you pronounce QB. I, Sean, from Wisconsin, Oregon, out there helping the people. You got Angie, Bobby, and me. We're the only ones declared so far. Isabella Duncan is known as the mother of dance. That's pretty high praise, even though we're in mud flood world. It's a dystopic world. She had lots of schools that didn't last long. Well, compared to some, they lasted decades. Duncan's work had an impact on the art and style and is still dance based on instruction. Everybody gets bored and leave. They should not. Through her sister, Isabella Duncan approach was adopted by another famous Czechoslovakian dancer in the 1930s who taught her methods. She learned it. She was already being celebrated. Isabella Duncan, not Hamila Harakova. Her likeness is still carved in its bas relief by a very famous fake person and included in these very famous type of art, along with other people who are made up by other famous people not in the too distant history, to keep them in the national memory as and listen to this, collective memory. You do have a collective memory. You see, it's very possible that as we go over tonight, I'm going to be taking. Did I not say Isadora Duncan? Not Isadora Dutch. Yeah, Isadora Duncan. Everyone, that is who I'm talking about. This is who I've been talking about. And now I'm going to show you her, to prove it, her Wikipedia page. Here she is. This one, Isadora Duncan. See? She really is the mother of dance. She really did have a sister named something. Elizabeth. I have a daughter named Megan Elizabeth. It was 1913, of course. Everything was getting to be bad news. And the first rewrite of the war was going to be done. I like to call it a rough draft before the rewrite of World War II, when they finished off world history in the Korean United Nations first battle. Too scary to talk about the way they pounded it home in 64. Too much death in the Congo. I can't describe it. You know me. That's too much. This will be enough. Fake, common memories made here. Anna, Lisa, Teresa, Irma, pupils later were, they said, allegedly adopted. These girls that claim that she's the greatest dancer in the world and then made schools and then open schools claim she's the greatest dancer in the world. She should start a new style of interpretive dance. She's such a genius, and they believed her that, oh my goodness, she adopted 3 people she didn't even know. Hi, big faker. Born somewhere, sometimes 1 year or a year and a day later, but we don't know. Just pick one of your favorite years. They're all very clever. She was an American dancer who invented interpretive dance and being weird. Great acclaim throughout Europe, Western Europe, Soviet Union for 18 years. No, 28 years. Look at that. 28 years. And then all of a sudden, somebody got her high on heroin and threw her scarf underneath the wheel of a axle of a car in which she was traveling, just to keep that comet straight. Goodbye. It's getting too close to the war. We can't need pictures of you with other famous people. Go die in a tragic, what a coincidence, car wreck. So, but in the meantime, we're going to find out that your dad had money, was a banker, was a Freemason, a mining engineer, and a connoisseur of the arts. Maybe he did the Grey's Anatomy. Mary Gray, Isadora Gray. She had some brothers. They all made names for themselves. Actor, director, artist, poet, dancer, craftsman, philosopher, and brother of Elizabeth Duncan. I like to pose nearly nude. I went to California, the Soviet Union. Dance. She wanted to work. She did work. She got to work. She opened schools. They went to war. She had a philosophy. She was breaking technique, breaking technician, breaking with a convention. Had traced the roots as a sacred art. You know where she got, you wonder if she's famous, if she was like, you'd probably think she's hanging out with Oscar Wilde, right? Or another questionable gay person, or people that like to run around gay. Or maybe she was just a ballet, stick your chest out girl, Throw it out there while you're, call it interpretive dance. Let it be the first basic peep show. First one's her wearing those pointy shoes, and here's her adopted babies. Duncan bore all 3 children here. In a professional and private life, Duncan flouted cultures, but I guess the newspapers forced it upon you and them back then. Duncan bore 3 children, all out of wedlock. She never even legally adopted them, but they took her last name. Blah, blah, blah. Deep despair. Begged this person to sleep with her. Okay, yeah, right. Feminist. Going with the women. Going with the men. She once wrote, Mercedes, lead me with your little strong hands. Ow. You know the rest. She died. She left a legacy as the mother of dance. Now, who is this guy that everybody always hates, including me? He was on the Beatles album, and if I keep talking about him, you could go like type in Control F in any website, a box will come up. Get this one out of here, and wonder if there's any Aleister Crowley on this page. Oops. Oop, I must have misspelled it. There you know. In 1910, the greatest dancer in the world, who all she had to tell him that she wanted to start running around naked, everybody thought she was great because she was friends with Aleister Crowley and that crew. It was all going down one way or another, with you or without you on board. And right now, you either know or you're like everybody else, eating Doritos, spanking their monkey, wishing that they would have married another person that had a prettier stepdaughter, because yours is getting too darn fat. That's what the world's thinking about. That's not what we're thinking about. We love the Lord Jesus Christ and everything he stands for, pure love, and the door, the way, the truth, the life. These guys are death, and we know it. We'll be looking at places like Grand Junction today. Back, like I said, in the shrooms were great yesterday, and they're great today too. I had a, what do they call those? Grilled jalapeno, white cheddar cheese, and Amanita muscaria mushroom hamburger. And it was delicious. It tasted good. I put it down with some pH balanced water because I care about my body. I love the temple that God gave me. I believe I'm going to turn to stone. I believe every good work that I find and do that Jesus had planned for me before the foundation of the world is another gold, silver, or precious stone that's going to live forever, get me closer to the throne of God, the pituitary of the one Spirit God, the only one Spirit God among many Elohim, a God who cares, God who created gods, the Spirit God, El Elyon. Amen. Hallelujah. It's here we're here to learn about. That's what we've been shown. That's where we're going. Some people are in Holland. Some people want to, call different names. You know, what about this word aluminum? What do they call it in everywhere else in the world? Let's talk about this. It's not a number. It's a letter called Z. Why is it called Z? Well, everybody knows it's Z, except the people in the frickin' United States. Our common memory's been skewed. We were hitching the giddy up. This is where I got the whole wake up call. My second vision. I lived in this town. I started putting everything together right here. The Lord definitely said it was great in Colorado Springs. 2 years is enough. I went back home and tried to help my brother-in-law, the best man at my wedding, not die. He had been found with the cancer of the liver. He was prescribed to sweat for a half hour a day, drink 2 cups of coffee with no milk or sugar, and they said do that for the rest of your life, and that's the only thing that cleans out your liver. Well, I've been doing it. He never did it, not one time. I bought him a redwood ultra heat, red hot heat sauna, and he never used it once. 5 years later, he went in remission and died. Because you're going to die if you don't change. Now you see a little bookend cliff over here. Then there's one over here. This is Fruta, I believe, and over here is Grand Junction. I lived over here by this one. But up on the top, I was just watching this video about how far you can see on this flat earth when you're on top of Grand Mesa. The miles go by quick when you're looking down at almost a mile. And realize if you flop that over, you got 7 more of those and you're not supposed to be able to see the horizon, or at least you're going to be able to see water curve at that length. That's called a Book Cliff Plateau, but they're all over the West. That's why if you type in Land's End, you're not going to be brought here. I think I'll duplicate this and see how I got here. Well, hope that's not it. I don't know. I must have got it on another one, or the one I'm on. You'll see. But this is where I first started using maps and satellites to figure out where I'm going to go look for titans. And when I first moved here, I wasn't even knowing what I was looking at. But this was the Colorado River. And everything went through here, right here. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that this is so important. Right here. This part of the whole earth is, I guess, super important. See, because it doesn't look like really anything, you know, it's just a river and a mountain range. I got to get it lined up again. Okay, so here's Salt Lake. Here's where it says we are. Clifton is in between Palisade and Grand Junction. Grand Junction should be showing up since it's by far the biggest town on Route 70 right now. Here's Fruita. Redlands are a really weird, bloody mess. So a town called Grand Junction is going to pop up right here. And here's that Book Cliffs Plateau. Well, I don't know what I didn't. All right, let's just go show you some things. Now, when you get over to Palisade, what's all this, huh? I got to get some landmarks. Okay, so let's take Denver over to Grand Junction. You go up from you go from Colorado Springs in the mountains up 25. There's only really one town. You go past the Air Force Academy. This is all open. A few little towns and suburbs near the big towns, but all miles and miles and miles and miles and miles and miles open and miles open and miles. You go up past Castle Rock. This is where I had a little fender bender. Still haven't shown up in court. They're lying. Here you go up to Denver. Only one way To get across, you got to go across 70, only one way, 5 tunnels. Boom, you hit them here. First one's Eisenhower. You're going to hit these mountains. There's nowhere else. Any place out here, it's all yours, all yours. Nobody. Just little bitty towns. But underneath every little ghost town you find, you know what's under these towns. Everything's been terraformed. There's only 25. This is going to take you 4 hours if there's no traffic. And you go, you're a little bit above the speed limit thing. You're all alone. And then this is where I ended up in Montrose. But that was good, even though you see, well, why are you in the high desert, Alan? Well, I was Alan then, and I see my bus isn't here. But when my bus was here, I kept digging rocks out of this pit that these guys were they were bringing from somewhere. This guy owned it down here. And the Lord was giving me Wi-Fi from the museum. And then when they put up tents, I would go make videos in the tents and find the rocks. It was nice. And right up the road is where they made the movie True Grit in Ridgeway. Go up here, go to Telluride, and then you're back in the mountains. I was up here, Creedy, Lake City, Ouray, 1.5 miles, 2 towers, Silverton, Switzerland of the United States, they call it. Switzerland of the Rocky Mountains. I know you think I make everything up, that there's no Switzerland of the Rocky Mountains. Yay. It's because they swindled some people into moving here thinking it'd be better. It probably was, but it was still bad. They didn't tell them, hey, we stole it, come and get it. We're practically giving it away. There's this kind of stuff everywhere. Everywhere. And everybody goes like, well, that's cool. I'll drive out there. This is Telluride, the city. Looking down at it, I don't think that's Ouray. Telluride has what do they call those? Like cable cars for skiing. If they're public transportation, you just take cable cars. If you're rich, you can build this. But there's nobody really here. Nobody lives out here. This is way down the gorge in Canyon City. You could call that Black Gorge, but I don't think so. I'm not going to prove them wrong. Now, when I started living in Palisade, I was right across the street. I was 2 houses from the Colorado River. Learned all about Schauberger there. Could use the Colorado River. I'm going to show you where I lived and where I never got to go. Made videos about how bad I wanted to go there. This is Palisade. This is 70, goes right through it. They start going that way, and the streets go this way. This way, just like most kit towns, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 from a central street, east, west. Mine would be east, so I was number 4 east. One, no. 2, 3. Right here. This house here. Then they built a garage right here. And then there was this house, and then you could go down to the river. I used to go up here to where they had an old bridge, and people used to park down here, and they built a little, park and stuff. Oh wait, that was further down. Because it goes up past 50 again. Right here. So this is 6, and I used to always think that this is funny, that North River Road was Route 6, and it was the same Route 6 on Morris where I went to school, and Route 6 leads to Chicago. So this doesn't really go to Grand Junction. It's going to Denver and Los Angeles from Chicago. But in the meantime, there was a little thing here I made my second video about these rocks. There used to be a bridge across here somewhere. This doesn't really show. It's back here. You can see that, this was a meeting place for bridges. This one was here. We think there was another one coming this way, on a little bit different of an angle. There might have been a couple here coming across the river. The very first Heartstone was taken from this canal where they used to use the kit. You see, Palisade was one of the original Carnegie kit towns, and it was designed to grow what was called Palisade peaches. Palisade peaches, they were patented to be plump. And believe it or not, they had it all down 12 per a carton, a whole case. They were big as 2 fists. And they were the first place in the world to use fertilizer. So they didn't want to, they here goes the river here, so they suck off some water up here. Did you see that? Up here is a dam. It's one of the only still working, what they call, I'll remember it. They're the most dangerous type of dam that you can have. Roller dam is the dangerous dam in the world. If you make a roller dam, it's almost like you don't care. It's so important that you have level water. You build a roller dam. The only reason you would build a roller dam is you just don't give a shit if people die. You have to have it. It's probably why there's only 2 of them in the world. They say they went out of style. But it's a hydro control device especially designed to mitigate erosion. This constructed in 1902. It diverts water when you want to make a dam so you can plan the world's end. And you only use it if you have to make a dam. And then you quit if it doesn't work because it's not worth it. You're going to blow up the world anyway. We've got other ones that it did work on. So you use these roller dams to make those dams that they set up to end the world when they will not be able to hold back the water that helps Gog Magog. I'm working on my own minority report. That's right. You knew it was coming. You knew I had there's something to boast about, but I don't want to boast. So I had to come up with a minority report. What if I'm wrong thing? Well, I think I got it pretty figured out according to the Bible, but they say I could make up anybody could come up with a strict hermeneutical complete listing of the scriptures and study it from front to back and say, that's pretty systematic. I wouldn't want to go into a rhetoric logic with you. Well, I did that, but then I thought, what if I did go into a rhetoric logic with do, re, mi? Well, it'd have to involve World War I, because World War I is just crazy. I'd give them that. I'd go, yeah, World War I's crazy. They could have made 10 governments and had 2 of those kings that maybe there was only one king that was made a king that never had a country but still acted like he was a freaking boss. But I don't want to remember that country because I don't want to give too much gas right off the bat to something that I was afraid of earlier, when obviously there's going to be a lot of denominations in this movement, people. We're going to have to get rid of it. We're going to have to be the people that are big enough to say, okay, I get it. I'm the weaker brother. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? I had a hamburger. I don't even want to start fighting, much less talking about it. I am just sorry, begging you to forgive me. That hoping that you, as the bigger brother, will forgive me for eating hamburger. I know the Bible says that we're not supposed to fight about it, debate about it. One of us has to decide who's the weaker brother. It's me. It's me. That's what Paul said. It's me. I'm the weaker brother. I just don't want to fight about it. You win every time, man. But God says I can still do it. I might have to reap what I sow, but man, let's just don't fight about it. You're right. That's the way it has to go. Same thing when they come at you with no, there's a 300-mile long snake in the Sahara Desert or some other nonsense, anything except Armageddon is way gone. They'll come up with practically anything. Hey, there's some new comments. It says there's new comments. It usually puts that up when I've had one up too long. I did say peaches as big as 2 things. It was all a part. See, that was all of their gimmick back when they were doing kit houses, kit homes. What people would do from Europe is they would all get together in the churches or whatnot, pool of their money, get talked into buying land in one of these places, selling it, because there was no United States as a nation saying if you move to this state, you're this part. You'd basically be going there starting your own city state. They were selling, how do I say it, full representatives of what people were buying. When you see Plan for a Star Fort, they were selling kit forts instead, except they had the same thing. They always saved Block 16 for the red light district. It was the Mormons, and they were part of the synagogue of Satan. Nah, check it out. Maybe that's what this is all about, Everybody thinks I'm kidding. If I tell you that in Palisade is where pink eye came from, and that they used Palisade peaches. We'll keep that open. Look at this. Mesa County. Look at that. 2,000 people. I thought it was much larger than that. Why place names is in Colorado? Why 700 communities are so named and 150 in Indian origin? Oxford was chosen because it sounded better than the original name Grommet. Pagosa Springs from the Indian name means healing waters or hot waters. The name because of the high perpendicular cliff in the area. The formations are similar to the renowned Palisades in Hudson River. Palisades means covering protector. It does mean ribs, and I'm pretty sure there are ribs around there. This runs across from Palisade to Grand Junction. This is where I first noticed they had siphon, you know, they had canals like everywhere out east from Illinois, where I'm from, to New York. Everything in the farm fields, they've still got canals in the city, and nobody has a boat. Nobody had a boat. They were all just like grown over and filled in, full of swamps. Everything's been rebuilt. I end up here, it's like every other town. They built on kit towns. And then they had actors like Isabella Duncan and those other people contracted to go out and bring them entertainment. They had all of the luxuries of home. It wasn't like Colorado Springs, where I think they were the first one. They came with phones. Several wineries were established in the area early. I know I'm misspelling museum, but it'll spell it for me and I'll choose it. I know there's two U's in it, but I just get confused when it's late and I'm busy. The Palisade History Museum. There's the foundry. It's all gone, built over. This was a kit town. Everything arrived and it was all built and running in 1 week. And they had two newspapers the first month. A couple of weeks later, they had an election and Democrats and Republicans both ran. Everything came with it. Everything came with it. That bridge is still there. Nothing but pictures. We'll see Palisade Heights. It came with it. It was made for the peaches. Now, are you going to talk? Honestly, I learned so much. Wow. They had a university in Palisade? Huh. And there was all kinds of tunnels under this town, I believe, also. Their schools have Doric columns. Is this where the peaches grew? Out here? Or they on the island they had houses for the Mexicanos. There is a missing pipe factory. Come on, YouTube. Palisade. YouTube. And now all they did was grow peaches and use pesticides and be the first town to get pink eye. They got pink eye, but they didn't worry because if it would go away after a while. It'd go away. It's still the same pink eye that you get today. Did I just say some pink eye peaches? Oh, there it says Palisades. It's got to say peaches. It was beautiful. You bought it, and that's what it looked like. They built it in a week. They paved it in a week. They came ready to hit the ground running. And when they finished this town, all the workers went to the next town. Put a town up in a week in the 1900s. My Minority Report has an argument. And what? Oh, they built the Safeway where something collapsed and a car went away. Good idea.
The Supreme Court has.
Hey, QB. Just 1 second, man. All the way from Holland. Can't unmute your guest because they've chosen to mute themselves. I'm sure you didn't choose to mute yourself. You probably didn't realize there's a button right there that has a microphone with a hash mark through it. Where'd that YouTube channel go? Frying line thick with their heads above the water. They went for our nets, catching them with a frying pan. Everything was so good. Oh my goodness, it was all good.
For this first episode, the Palisades History Museum turned to David J. Silverman. Silverman is an author, historian, and professor who specializes in American Indians and colonial America. His work in history and his career spanned more than a quarter century. Dr. Silverman earned a BA in history from Rutgers, a master's degree from William & Mary, and then went to Princeton, where he earned another master's and his PhD. Along the way, he's written a number of books on American Indians dealing with religion, race, politics, and weapons. He's written substantive articles for publications such as The Atlantic, the American Historical Review, and the New York Times. Dr. Silverman also is a professor teaching history at the George Washington University. His latest book came out several months ago, just before Thanksgiving, and is named This Land is Their Land. He spoke to us near his home in Philadelphia about a range of topics, including Captain John Smith, Pocahontas, and Native Americans. We met in front of Rittenhouse Paper Mill, the oldest paper mill in America. Why has the Pocahontas story remained so popular, and how much of the story do you think is true?
So the reason the Pocahontas story has such salience in American culture
Make
is
white
that
people feel
along
good.
with the myth of the first Thanksgiving, and along with the story of Sacagawea,
It was like everything else. Would it make little white boys feel really, really good about wanting to grow up, find a white wife, be proud of their life, and kill anybody that tried to take it away? It worked. So, you have to give them credit. It did work, although it was your land. We get that part. But the white children who were, through no plan of their own, simply, racist test tube whatevers from a reset, orphan trains, foundlings, boom, here we are. How did it happen to your people? We're left holding the bag saying, no, wait, I didn't mean to hurt anybody.
It's part of a series of myths that Americans tell themselves in order to convince themselves that Native people consented to European colonialism and the dispossession of indigenous people. It's about the friendly Indian who helped. Not only does that story misrepresent what happened on the ground in Virginia in the lives of John Smith and Pocahontas, but it most seriously misrepresents the larger pattern of European indigenous relations in the colonial period and across continents. Colonialism was fundamentally a bloody, exploitative business. These days, historians are debating whether we should characterize those processes as genocide. So suffice it to say, the idea that the young prepubescent, let's keep in mind, Pocahontas fell in love with John Smith, and through that relationship somehow invited the English to colonize and dispossess their people is on its face ludicrous. Now, let's go back to the actual story. Did Pocahontas and John Smith have a romantic relationship? The answer is no. It is absolutely no. It is certainly possible that when John Smith was taken captive by the Palatines, Pocahontas participated in a ritual of adoption to bring the English under the power of Wahunsanacock, her father, who the English made as Palatines. Rituals of that sort were common in Native American cultures, though it was unheard of for a girl as young as 10 or 11 to participate in. Now, just because it was unheard of doesn't mean it didn't take place. It might have taken place. But John Smith, in his many travels around the world, including Central and Eastern Europe and the Ottoman Empire, had this habit of recording adventure stories in which foreign women would swoon for him and save him from almost certain death. After this supposed rescue of John Smith by Pocahontas, when John Smith seemed to be about to be executed by the Palatines, Wahunsanacock set John Smith free, began to call him my son, and instructed Jamestown to move from the site that we all know today to another site farther within Powhatan's dominion, where the English could be kept under closer watch. What that tells me is that Powhatan, or Wahunsanacock, set up an elaborate ritual to communicate to John Smith that the Palatines could wipe out Jamestown anytime they wanted, and that if the English wanted to survive, they would have to play according to the Palatines' rules.
What were DC's American Indians like?
What you have in the Washington, D.C. area are three major Native American confederacies, and you have small village-based colonies that are trapped in the power politics of those three polities. To the south, you have the Powhatans. This is a confederacy of about 35 or so separate villages under the authority of a chief known as Wahunsanacock, or to the English as Powhatan. His title is Powhatan, his name is Wahunsanacock. To the north, in what's now Maryland, you have the Piscataway Confederacy. As best we can tell, that the formation of that confederacy brings together a lot of previously autonomous bands is a response to the military threat posed by the Palatines to the south. And then to the north, on the Susquehanna River, you have the Susquehannans. they're being pushed southward towards Chesapeake Bay by the Five Nations Iroquois or Haudenosaunee people of what's now upstate New York. You have various small village communities, all Algonquian speaking, but politically autonomous communities along the Potomac River and the Rappahannock River who are constantly being pulled to become tributaries and military allies of these various confederacies.
What did the American Indians think when they first saw Captain John Smith?
In contact situations like that between John Smith and the native people of the Upper Potomac, almost certainly not a first contact episode for the native people. It's an early contact episode. We rarely know what native people are thinking because they didn't read their own records. And if there's any mention of what they were thinking, it's usually from the perspective of Europeans, we can only surmise what's going on in these people's heads. Nevertheless, we have enough evidence from various contact episodes throughout the continent that there are certain patterns that emerge. Generally speaking, native people do not want Europeans to travel beyond their territory to the territory of their rivals. But they don't want their rivals to acquire the metal tools, the weapons, and all the military advantages and political advantages that come with those goods to use that power against themselves. So, if you want to understand why the Palatins would not have wanted the English to venture beyond their territory, that explains it. If you want to understand why the people of the Upper Potomac River didn't respond violently to John Smith, well, it might have to do with the fact that he stopped at the facts. They kept on going towards their Massawomac rivals, who lived at the headwaters of the river, might have had a very different set of relations. Another point is that these folks almost certainly had decades of experience with Europeans and knew, on the one hand, that they had a wealth of foreign goods that people wanted, but on the other hand, represented a threat. So the best thing that people could do is to try to diffuse a potentially hostile situation in order to gain the benefits of trade, all the while being at the ready in the event that their relations degenerated into violence.
The book details much of the devastation from European diseases. How profound were they?
Of epidemic diseases from Europe, Asia, and Africa to the Americas during the era of colonization should rank as one of the most significant disasters in modern world history. At the time of first contact, native people in the Americas numbered somewhere between 1/7 and 1/15 of the world's population. 200 years later, they were but a fraction of that amount. And there's a lot of reasons for that decline. But epidemic disease must rank highest among them. I'm talking about diseases such as smallpox, the plague, whooping cough, measles, chickenpox, and the like. We have some cases on record in which native communities that contracted these diseases lost half and as much as 90% of their population in a matter of weeks. In other cases, communities managed to survive such ravages only to go on and be afflicted by still more diseases a year later, months later, sometimes decades, or a century later. So this struggle against epidemic disease became one of the fundamental characteristics of native people's confrontation with colonialism. Now, I should add here that the devastation of epidemic disease did not take place in a vacuum. In most cases, the reasons that native people died in such alarming numbers is that they were under all kinds of other pressures that made them more vulnerable to these diseases than they otherwise would under normal circumstances. In wartime, the people would have been clustered in close contact with one another, and these diseases would have been more communicable. In wartime, the people would have been fearful of venturing beyond their walled towns to tend to their fields or to go hunting and fishing. So in many cases, they were malnourished and psychologically stressed. It's the combination of all those forces working together forces, often all of them unleashed by colonialism, that led to such devastating rates of death.
How would you compare COVID-19 to this epidemic?
People today who think the COVID crisis is bad have absolutely no idea what Native people went through with the introduction of that epidemic. 50 to 90% of the given community's population would be lost in a matter of weeks when, say, it was struck for the first time by smallpox or the plague. These villages were fundamentally extended family units. You would be living in a village with your brothers, sisters, your nieces, your nephews, your uncles, your aunts, second cousins, third cousins, and what. So imagine yourself at a family reunion, an extended family reunion. And then, in the snap of a finger, half the people, 75% of the people, 90% of the people die. And you can't explain what happened. You have no idea what happened. It was so fundamentally different than what's going on with COVID today. We know what's happening. We know how to prevent it. And our death rates don't even approximate what Native people experienced during, say, a bout of smallpox. It's a post-apocalyptic world in the wake of these diseases. And what makes it even worse is that as these diseases are running through native populations are under acute stress from foreigners in two different directions. On the one hand, there are intertribal rivals who take advantage of one group's decimation by epidemic disease to capture the survivors and force them into the tribe, initially as slaves and eventually as full members. On the other direction, on the other hand, one has the encroachment of Europeans who are taking advantage of native people's weakness to take their land, to enslave them, to plunder their goods. It's a very dark world.
The book's been out for a while and you've probably had time to reflect. Did the book say what you wanted? And what do you hope is its salient message?
Did this land is alien? Oh, well, certainly said what I wanted to say. In the current moment, Americans are reckoning more honestly with the darkness of our past. We need to keep in mind that that darkness centers not only on the enslavement of Africans, but the enslavement, the dispossession, and the ignoring of Native Americans. Native people did not just disappear. They're still with us today, in diminished numbers to be sure, on diminished land bases to be sure, but they're with us today. They're our fellow Americans. And attributing their historic plight to manifest destiny or some other natural cause that just needs them to evaporate, disappear in the face of Europeans, is a way of sanitizing the bloody history of colonialism. We have a long way to go to stare.
Where's that thing at? That's playing the videos. Try to remember this as fast as you can. Okay? You only get 2 tries. Now this will help you if you want to try to get my minority report for the systematic theology. Ready, set, go.
Saw many countries pop into existence as nationalist movements sprang up across the world. Few had as much of a lasting impact as the creation of Germany, which not only saw the birth of a new nation, but the rise of a great power. And given the power that this new country held, how did other states react to its creation? How did the world's great powers react to the birth of Germany? As you'll likely know, Germany came into existence after the North German Confederation and these smaller German-speaking states won a war against France in 1870. After the collapse of the French army, German leaders gathered in Versailles and proclaimed the creation of the German Empire with the North German leader of Russian king as its emperor. As such, you'll guess that the French reaction was one of anger, mostly because of the embarrassing defeat and occupation thing, but also because this new Germany took with it a part of France in the form of Alsace-Lorraine. That said, there was nothing they could do to oppose it, and frankly, they had their own problems. In the north, the British position was mixed. On the one hand, France had just lost a thing which would never not be funny. On the other hand, sheer panic, because there was now a new threat to British power. Prime Minister Gladstone denounced the unification and tried to get countries like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Belgium on board. Shockingly, none of these wanted to upset the new major power sitting right next to them, and so they said nothing. As such, Britain grumbled but understood it was a good idea, and now many governments saw that Germany, not France or Russia, would be the main threat from now on, and for many that meant war was soon to follow. To Germany's south, the Austro-Hungarian Empire wasn't confused about this development. It had just lost a war to Russia 5 years earlier, and given the number of German-speaking people living in the empire, there were fears that they would be on the receiving end of any future German expansion. As such, the Viennese government was quick to accept any offers of alliance from Germany to protect itself. It also
Think that late to the party, Germany invited the United States and Great Britain because they're basically the world when it went bad in Deuteronomy 32 when Moses was talking about how God divided the nations and the peoples according to their gods. A lot of Elohim gods went out there. They were bad gods. These gods got together at the very end or something. They weren't shaken down right. They went with the Nazis and they said, well, let's fake it, man, with that whole, everybody loved the swastika. Let's go with it. If they love the swastika, let's go with it. Lots of cup. And if they don't like the swastika, we'll change it to svastika. Because Vasta is cooler.
turned its attention to the Balkans.
And actually you learn it better. You'll know more about the history of why they went, when all those Europeans came over here. They'll tell you it's because they just got the money and were mad at those commie people that were like not being good. But now okay? You have your eyes open. So now with your real eyes, you do that whole thing. You jump on it and see it. But you do it faster 2 ways this time.
Recognizing that expansion back into Italy or restoring its old German alliances were both dead ends. To the east, Russia was largely happy with German unification. Russia's main concern at this point was Britain, so a powerful industrialized state in the center of Europe was seen as a potential ally in any future war. Also, given both were absolutist conservative powers, there was zero chance that they'd ever come to blows themselves, and thus, nothing could go wrong. Across the Atlantic, the United States welcomed the news. President Ulysses S. Grant saw German unification as somewhat analogous to the birth of the United States, and it was hoped that this new Germany would male suffrage, its elected parliament, and its many individual states would see the liberalization of Germany. A fun fact, no. The Italians, also freshly unified, were pleased with the birth of Germany. The war had seen French troops leave the Papal States, which allowed for Italy to quickly annex it, and it was hoped that a strong Germany would help Italy counter any Austrian attempt to return there in the future. And one thing that most nations had in common when thinking about German unification was how quickly France had lost. It wasn't just the creation of a new large economy or cultural centre, it was the birth of a massive military power, whose friendship could change the world, a fact which the new Germany was well aware of. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching. A special thanks to my patrons. So many countries got into existence as nationalist movements sprang up across the world. Few had as much of a lasting impact as the creation of Germany, which not only saw the birth of a new nation, but the rise of a great power. And given the power that this new country held, how did the world react to its creation? How did the world's great powers react to the birth of Germany? As you likely know, Germany came into existence under the North German Confederation, and these smaller German-speaking states won a war against France in 1870. After the collapse of the French army, German leaders gathered in Versailles and proclaimed the creation of the German Empire with the North German leader of Russian king as its emperor. As such, you'll guess that the French reaction was one of anger, mostly because of the embarrassing defeat and occupation thing, but also because this new Germany took with it a part of France in the form of Alsace-Lorraine. That said, there was nothing they could do to oppose it, and frankly, they had their own problems. In the north, the British position was mixed. On the one hand, France had just lost a thing which would never not be funny. On the other hand, sheer panic, because there was now a new threat to British power. Prime Minister Gladstone denounced the unification and tried to get countries like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Belgium on board. Shockingly, none of these wanted to upset the new major power sitting right next to them, and so they said nothing. As such, Britain grumbled but understood that it was a done deal. And now many governments saw that Germany, not France or Russia, would be the main threat from now on, and for many that meant war was soon to follow. To Germany's south, the Austro-Hungarian Empire wasn't too pleased about this development. It had just lost a war to Russia 5 years earlier, and given the number of German-speaking people living in the empire, there were fears that they would be on the receiving end of any future German expansion. As such, the Viennese government was quick to accept any offers of alliance from Germany to protect itself. It also turned its attention to the Balkans from now, recognizing that expansion back into Italy or restoring its old German alliances were both dead ends. To the east, Russia was largely happy with German unification. Russia's main concern at this point was Britain, so a powerful industrialized state in the center of Europe was seen as a potential ally in any future war. Also, given both were absolutist conservative powers, there was zero chance that they'd ever come to blows themselves, and thus, nothing could go wrong. Across the Atlantic, the United States welcomed the news. President Ulysses S. Grant saw German unification as somewhat analogous to the birth of the United States, and it was hoped that this new Germany would male suffrage, its elected parliament, and many individual states would see the liberalization of Germany. The Italians, also freshly unified, were pleased with the birth of Germany. The war had seen French troops leave the Papal States, which allowed for Italy to quickly annex it, and it was hoped that a strong Germany would help Italy counter any Austrian attempts to return there in the future. And one thing that most nations had in common when thinking about German unification was the sheer surprise of how quickly France had lost. It wasn't just the creation of a new large economy or cultural centre, it was the birth of a massive military power, whose friendship could change the balance of force. It wasn't just the creation of a new large economy or cultural centre, it was the birth of a massive military power, whose friendship could change the balance of power in Europe forever after, a fact which the new Germany was well aware of. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, with special thanks to my patrons, James Bissonette, Kelly Moneymaker, Paul Sherwood, Jordan Longley, Adam Stilter, Jerry Landon, Marcus Arsner, Brian Hockney, Spencer Lightfoot.
Was that cool or what? I was actually like working my, I was doing studio things like that. Man, are you there? Come on, man. All you got to do is turn on your microphone. Want to see something? You can see right through the rock. And notice how the white part that's between the two horns here, there's a black spot. It's because you'll be able to see the black spot is much bigger here, and the light will go right through the goo that was actually sparks in your brain, sparks, either in the brain, in your gallbladder or kidney, or the sparks that go off in your brain all the time because of those gold-tipped nerves that they're described as gold. And you are electric, right? You're the electric person. You're the person that when you were little, you used to go. I remember when I used to sleep, I'd put my arm like this in something, and then, and then you'd wake up again, and then sometimes I remember this one time, you were going to take a nap. You didn't want to take a nap. You were crying. And then you woke up. You didn't remember how you fell asleep. That was me. That was me. But I'll bet, has anything like that ever happened to you? Were you just sleeping? Or you didn't want to go to sleep? You didn't know you were going to fall asleep? And then you did. That's what it'll be like when we die. And then when we wake up, would stubble or hay, please don't come my way. I just want to be a poet. I want to be the person God wants me to be. I don't want to say, I don't want to be the guy that brought mud flood and Armageddon was mud flood, but I don't want to be the guy that has to deal with it like Moses, because I'm not that guy. Not even close. I'm the guy that cries when I think about the fact that it's hard enough that something about my life made me live it, and right dry ground is a scab on a model of God's eye. And the eyes are like the mountain ranges, and then you take slices of it. Some things that were liquid are the gemstones. The gold are the electric things that model a God. We only have one real book that I can trust out of all the books my dad made me read. My dad used to go out of town and work a lot on union jobs. He was a union enforcer. He didn't want the scabs to come on the job. That's all I knew. Okay, I get it, man. Fuck them scabs. I was a kid. I mean, if they're trying to get on the job, Dad, then Mom, there's scabs coming? Get them, Dad. He started 3 secret societies with those unions that were into that. He was also a member of the Freemasons. He ran for president of the union, vice president of the union with a man named Al White. It was Big Al White and Big Al Hughes. Fuck the scabs. And I was little Al. But on the inside, I was telling people, how come nobody calls me Alan? Now I go, why come nobody calls me Paco? That's what I want. And I realized that I don't even know my real name yet. If I get the name I want, it's handed to me by Jesus. I'm told in that book I was telling you about that I love so much, the Bible. It's always been there. It talks about somebody being the apple of God's eye. David. And it turns out David was all these things, but what he's most famous for God, and what the only thing the book says matters, is he kept his covenant. He kept his covenant. He never said, well, I did it, but I don't need forgiveness. It's okay. I'll be okay, without asking God, the Creator, for forgiveness for something, God, that he did on his own, of his own plan, of his own volition, something that he would have been, the life is in the blood. That's put in early. As a matter of fact, that's put in before Abraham. It's put in before Moses. Put it in. Do you remember when's the first time that we could eat meat? The humans. I'm considered. Look, I know I said that we're test tube foundlings and stuff, but we're still human, for crying out loud. Why do you think the Great Spirit God, El Elyon, has sent me to tell you guys so that you can teach them, so that I don't have to be like Moses? You can do it. You can do it in a group. You guys don't even have to even say you know me. You can just tell them that mud flood was Armageddon. And it's because of something that Moses did with Aaron and these calves. The rocks are crying out. I've got a new rock today. I went and bought a rock. I retired. And then I retired again when I got legally to the age where this pretend world in their World War II written computer world started with paper punch cards, and now it's ending with a artificial intelligence machine named Watson, like the same helper Watson that helped Alexander Graham Bell, another friend of Aleister Crowley. So I'm making a video now about how bad they are and how come we should read the Bible more. The title of this one is called Dry Ground is a Scab, and it probably means earth. That's what I do. when I pop on here and I'll just go to a tab. We're watching videos. This is a roller dam. Roller dams are specifically the place you never want to take your children swimming. They'll kill you. These are the stupidest thing in the world. Thank God there's only 2 of them anymore. But this keeps the whole west side of the dome level somehow. It gets the water down to Mexico. It gets it through this hump here. Remember when I showed you how tight it was coming through the Colorado and going like, this is the only place. You go up Route 25 to 70. I could do it blindfolded. You drive that. I could do it pulling a trailer 5 times 2 tons. One time it took me 3 weeks. I would say it kicked my ass that time. Well, I've lost a axle. No, drive shaft. So the roller dam here keeps this water level. Halliburton has a building over there right now on across the river on the right side. This was taken from where Route 25 is going to be when Dwight D. Eisenhower spots this road when he goes past it in 1919. Get these right, because he does this in 1919, and then later he puts down the people that go on strike for their money for fighting in World War I. He kills some of them. It's the same guy that spots this roller dam in 1919. This is a picture from much, much, much earlier in DeBeat Canyon, where I have found some of the most fantastic. That's where I got a lot of those pictures that you see. It's in between Roller Dam and Palisade, DeBeat Canyon. It is exit 44, I believe, and it is got a fake picture of a cliff on it. There's the first roller dam. Wow, they must have really needed it on their side. See, they only need 2. Look how dangerous that is. If you get stuck there, they can't get you out. You're going to die. It pulls the water under. I kid you not. It's not waiting. You see how dry that is on the top of the roller ball? That's for the E on that one.
Okay, so
Rollers are bad. There's nothing about the roller dams, I don't think. Don't build them. There's Colorado. That's the one in Colorado. It keeps they really work weird. there's no place for you to really stop. There's really no place for you to visit. I'll show you how I got confused. I'm going to go to that exit 44. You see, you're going so fast here. The speed limit is 80. So how can you really stop here? And there's all kinds of stuff on the other side I want to look at. All of these are Nephilim that nobody's ever been in. Ever. I don't need to hear their music, do I?
I rest in the thought, rocks and trees, skies and his hand the wonders. My father's word, the birds their carols ring, morning light, the lily, he declares their makers free. This is my father's word.
I remember
all that's fair,
standing in a room not far from where the drone is flying right now, thinking if what Schauberger said about the log flumes was right, and there was ever a case where the canals were in place and exposed, and there was a place where bodies had been locked together by the glittering sword, and they went down a river as they were in bodies as logs. Where would they get the most force if they were going to get washed up, if they were a small 8-foot or 10-foot giant? I was picturing the Colorado River where I stood, and he said, contrary to intuition, that the greatest force on an object I just described that would fit like that Nephilim would be on the right-hand side of a left-hand turn as I looked facing the river from the east. I went there and found the first heartstone. I went to the next one and found an orange garnet big as my thumb. The Lord has done nothing but bless my faith. What he has not done is open the eyes of the world as of yet, but my faith is my faith. I've seen and felt the light behind me. I've been in the bubble of the spinning vortex. I know that every word that Jesus ever put in the Bible is 100% true. That's why I'm here to tell you. And did it. Got it. There you go. Run with it. Do the autopsies and the forensics. And study the scripture. Go get them. You can do it. It's all true.
In the resting cry, I hear him. He speaks to
Now this is exit 44, and this wall has been painted. It is fake. It had an exit, and this wall is completely painted to look as if it is a rock. It is not a rock. And they have a park here now that you can walk this area for free.
my Father's word. I will not come.
Wait, that might be 41. It might be 2 miles down the road.
Jesus who died shall be satisfied. The earth and the heaven will be one. My Father's world.
Everything has been terraformed. Everything in the world is the body part of those who will die like men because they were Nephilim, but not El Elyon. Nothing temporal, nothing made of dirt, nothing that could wax away as a garment is what is spoken of in El Elyon. God is a spirit. Those who worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. Jesus Christ manifest in the flesh. Feast like a virgin bride at her wedding. For that is how clean you've been spiritually washed, though you know. You were like them until your eyes were opened, and now you see. He's good, and he's calling you. Confess with your mouth, when you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Oh, this is my Father's will. Oh, this is my Father's world. Heaven and earth. Will become. This is my Father's world. Oh, this is my Father's world. Heaven.
They want to cook and eat your children. They want to cook and eat your children. Tomorrow, if they could have them. The only love they give is so it will hurt more when they take it away. She really loves you like you weren't going to come in her mouth, you fox. You can be made white as snow. And for those of you who never did, you know you are unworthy also. You know it. And I know you know it. Now, the Big Canyon is it's approximately 10 miles from Palisade. Palisade, believe it or not, you can't buy marijuana in that town. Almost 48% of the towns voted against legalized marijuana, and many of the counties still say, no, we don't want that wicked, evil weed here. Why are they doing that? They're not doing it because they love you, help you, want to make it legal. They need cash monies right now. It's nothing like Glenwood Canyon. Glenwood Canyon's good too, but it's so close to Denver. They've got colonies there for people who are allergic to deodorant. So you can't have any artificial scents. And this is where people need to be. It's body part, on display as the world waxes away. This is how they get their water up the hill since 1911. It's pumped up this hill from the Colorado River so they can grow peaches today. They have other stuff now that don't give them pink eye, and they're back to their normal size. Nobody can go on this road except the people that work for the county. And they're serious about it. Makes electricity, I guess. I need to save bandwidth. Oh, yeah. Everything is brand new.
This is north of Palisade. This dam has quite a history. Let me tell you about it. Robert Thomas Williamson of Palisade, Colorado, located northeast of Grand Junction on the far west side of the state, was a strapping young man when he joined 100 men in 1912 to work on the Grand Valley Water Project.
We bought the money.
Robert was handy with tools and could build just about anything. His youthful energy and skills helped complete the valley's most impressive project to date. The project, located on the Colorado River, would eventually entail the completion of the Grand Valley Diversion Dam, locally referred to as the Roller Dam, with a 14-foot high, 546-foot-long concrete diversion layer. A barrier across the river designed to alter its flow characteristics, prevent flooding, measure discharge, and help render the river navigable. The Grand Valley Diversion Dam has 3 tunnels and 5 canals that stretch over 90 miles through the region. It is the largest of 4 such dams in the United States. Workers came from all walks of life, many with families and sweethearts. Robert Williamson, who was of Irish heritage, and pretty Mabel McKay, whose father was the Palisade Marshal, fell in love shortly after the project began. Mabel and her father often made the long wagon or buckboard trip along the river to bring Robert basket wash. When the area was first settled, certainly.
And that would mean they were hanging out all the time because, you know, right now, go get in the car, go somewhere, you're done for the day. Go for a buckboard ride, 3 hours, you know, you're committed.
And that looked like it does now. Instead of trees, grass, and flowers, sagebrush, greasewood, and desert.
There are places off the main road that you can tell when you drive a car. You're the first car that's ever driven on that land since the flood. That crust has not been broken. It's brand new out here, people. This just got Armageddon mud flooded. It's never. This hasn't. Why haven't you heard of the Ute Indian, UTE, the Ute Native American, the Ute Indigenous? They hid the best. They were the last one that they found to make a treaty with. By the time they got to the town of Telluride, they had already used up all the gold that they found, placer gold. They've used up then they got the borax. Oh, and the borax worked good. It made the gold rush go. And then they got the mercury. Mercury helped gold. Then they found out they could put silver in it. And to get the tellurides out, they had to use cyanide. And to this day, there's only the gold left, and the iron ore now is running out too. They had to get the gold out of the tellurides. And the tellurides are like the nerves in your brain.
Without the advent of the irrigation systems we use today, including the diversion dam, the Grand Valley would likely have a very different portrait.
Right.
Some of the original people came here very negative, confused, this and that one. That's why we got stopped here. The area around the airport, I think, is very.
Irrigation has been a central and necessary feature of agriculture for over 5,000 years for many ancient civilizations. The first successful efforts to control the flow of water for use with irrigation were made in Mesopotamia and Egypt, where to this day the remains of prehistoric irrigation works still exist. The development of irrigation systems, especially in Mesopotamia, was one of the major paths towards civilization and modernization. The irrigation systems in Mesopotamia had some major components like canals, gave ditches, and levees also gave it. Irrigation was the primary basis of the economy. In ancient Egypt, the construction of canals was a major endeavor of the pharaohs.
Take away this little minstrel hut here. Round these edges the way the canal's really looking. You've got a stall full, baby. And then they built a kit town on it. Company town.
Servants and the general population. The land was checkerboarded with small basins defined by a system of dikes. Problems regarding the uncertainty of the flow of the Nile were recognized and addressed. During very high flows, the dikes were washed away and villages flooded, drowning thousands. During low flows, the link the evolution and development of numerous villages and cities in arid and semi-arid environments. The those ancient climates and the need for irrigation were much like that.
And it hadn't rained upon the earth, because what God did when he watered the earth, he didn't give a vapor that went up. He irrigated the whole earth. He made the earth for man. And a spring came up, is how that should be translated. Everybody had water. There was no need for rain, which is why when the language changes and dams created, they needed rain. They finally had the man decides to work the ground. I think these were 15 footers or something. I don't think they made it. I find too many 15-foot skeletons. Too many of those Nephilim. I think there were Nephilim before that, and there were Nephilim after that, and then there were Nephilim after that too. I think we bred with the Nephilim. I think there were some girls that couldn't resist the Catherine the Great moment.
The vast land area of the Grand Valley of western Colorado to exist and prosper.
6 projects activated by the Reclamation Act of June 17, 1902, which created the forerunner of the era of reclamation.
Sure.
In September 1902,
Right.
concluded the flow of water was sufficient to supply 2,000 acre-feet of water.
About a year later, they got done. Fast forward.
It was not practical to extend the system more than 50 miles to the Utah border, as some had envisioned. In 1903, the Grand Junction Group proposed using private financing for the project. Not wanting to interfere with private enterprise, the Reclamation Service stopped for it. The project was delayed for a decade for a number of reasons, which forced many fruit growers to haul barrels of river water on horse-drawn wagons to irrigate new land. On December 31, 1910, the following headline appeared in the Palisade Tribune newspaper. President Taft recommends High Line be built. With President Taft's support, the project was able to move forward. Finally, on September 23, 1912...
See, that's fascism, everyone. No, no, no. Fight, fight, fight. This is going to be, we raised our private money. Well, all you need is, I guess, some legal shenanigans, some zip and some doodah, a little bit of here, a little bit of there, a little bit of, wow, I don't like carrying these barrels on my horse 3 hours like I used to do when I was going to see my future husband. You all know what I'm getting at.
Secretary of the Interior Walter Fisher gave the Reclamation Service authorization to begin construction. On October 12, 1912, construction of Tunnel Number 1 began. At the construction site, a sluiceway was established to divert the river while the dam was being...
Now, I don't have time to look up the amount of... You notice we haven't seen any workers. We do see 2 tripods, but not the quality of theodolite. So this would have taken probably 45,000 men. Just think of what they're doing right now, rebuilding in California. It takes a lot of people, a lot of time. But I don't see anybody here, and they did this in a short time, and then got to work with them trees. We're all good.
The dam was built between 1912 and 1915 as part of the Grand Valley Project and diverts water into the government Highline Canal for full irrigation of 33,368 acres.
Wow!
Supplemental irrigation of 8,600 acres in western Colorado's Grand Valley. The unique roller crest design was chosen because of the proximity of the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad tracks already in place on the west side of that canyon. Unlike a conventional dam, it was necessary to construct a dam that would maintain the water level at approximately the same elevation during both high and low water situations. As part of the railroad's agreement, the project was required.
So there is a place that takes care of the tide somehow.
To raise the railroad tracks 5 feet higher without interrupting train service. Greek railroad employees used jacks to elevate the track and spread 19,725 cubic feet of canal excavation dirt beneath the tracks for 17,200 feet in the narrow canyon. At the time, the German firm Maschinenfabrik
Look at that dome.
AG held the patents for the roller press design.
The most dangerous design in the world that needed special metal that had only been able to get that quantity since 1830. We've got some tabs pulled up on that, I remember. Good thing the Lord's in charge. He had me fix this show up very well. Look at this, designers of it, people. Star Wars.
The majority of other roller press dams were used for power, not agriculture. But given the needs of the valley and to prevent flooding the railroad tracks, this design seemed to be the best choice. Another setback was the outbreak of World War I. This made it impossible for the German firm to complete the contract. The engineers scrambled to find an alternative source in the Ritter Common Manufacturing Company in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They were able to manufacture the rollers using the same design. As much of the work on the dam and canals was completed before the rollers arrived. The Grand Valley Diversion Dam has 6 70-foot-long rollers, just over 7 feet in diameter. The rift structures are towers which contain machines to raise and lower the rollers. The level of water behind the dam is controlled by the position of the cylinders or rollers, hence the roller dam. The rollers are raised and lowered in any combination necessary to maintain the proper water level regardless of the rate of flow of the river. A 7th roller, 60 feet long, added to the west end, made the dam the largest roller press dam in the world at the time. Building a dam was dangerous work. Temporary bridges spanned the river, and workers balanced precariously on them. As a safety precaution, a manned boat waited down the river just in case anyone fell into the swift water. Fortunately, only one man fell.
Wow.
He was able to grab a rope and pull himself back up. His hat, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. It made the wild trip downriver, but was saved by the boat. The worst accident happened on August 31, 1913. When rock fell from the roof of tunnel number 1 and struck James Pappas. He broke his back and he never recovered. 3 more serious accidents occurred when the tunnels were being bored. Earthwork for the Highline Canal began in June 1913.
Well, now there you go. There's a bunch of people working. I believe they got some power lines here. I believe they are working here. I have seen people working here. I've seen the pictures of them when they said they cleaned it out. But then after World War II, something definitely happened. I know they rewrote the history. But yep, we're on it.
Conditions of the contract led to Reynolds Ely Construction Company in Utah, prohibited foreigners, convicts, and Mongolian labor on the project.
Yeah, get out.
Completed, the Highline Canal stretched 55 miles and could carry 1,675 feet of water per second. The first water flowed through the Highline Canal on June 29, 1915. In 1907, another dam was constructed on the Gunnison River to provide water for the Redlands Mesa Power Canal. In 1917, This canal also provided water to 3,800 acres of land on Redlands Mesa. The land was soon changed. Fruit orchards and agriculture flourished. Palisade became world famous for its delicious peaches. Like a miracle, the water created by the Roller Dam, along with many newly dug canals, quickly transformed the desert landscape, causing the area to blossom like a rose. By the end of 1917, America entered World War I. The Spanish influenza was wiping out millions around the globe. Western Colorado lost nearly one-third of its population. By then, Robert and Mabel had married, and the entire irrigation system was completed. During World War II, the Roller Dam was considered valuable enough to be guarded around the clock. The guard working midnight shift wore black gloves and rubbed a shoe black on his .44 caliber revolver so it wouldn't reflect light from the river. The dam and its works remained in the Bureau of Reclamation's charge until 1949, when the Grand Valley Water Users Association took over. On March 8, 1950, over 450 feet of tunnel number 3 collapsed. The new tunnel was hauled through on April 4, 24 days ahead of schedule, thanks to the efforts of U.S. Congressman Wayne Aspinall from Palisade. Water was delivered to the High Line on May 4, just in time to save the valley's fruit trees and other crops from disaster. To this day, a caretaker lives on site to keep the still operating dam in working order. In October 1991, the Grand Valley Diversion Dam was placed on the National Register of Historic Places. We hope that this proud and well-deserved designation guarantees that the Grand Valley Diversion Dam will be around for another 100 years.
Well, this is Lake Superior, Michigan. Palisades are all the same. They're made by rib cages. Okay. Well, that didn't work. Conjunctivitis. First located in 1953. Uh-uh. I just made up a year. Let's do some Bible verses. Hebrews 2:18, for because he has suffered when tempted, he is able to help those who are being tempted. Wow. They're talking about the Lord Jesus. We'll leave that Bible verse up. We'll read this one, Hebrews 4:15. We do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weakness, but we have a high priest who was tempted in every way that we are. He was tempted in every way that we are, but he didn't sin. Yet he has suffered when tempted in Hebrews 2. Same book, Hebrews 4. He was suffering as the high priest, having been one who suffered as a high priest as we were, yet without sin. Verse 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 1. Therefore Christ, I think I proved that, having suffered, of course, in the flesh is there, you should, the people reading these letters now, arm yourself that this is not his home. Because the one having suffered in the flesh is done with sin. The people that he wrote it to, you guys be good, be good, be good, because the end of all things is at hand. Should give you a good idea what to do with your hands and be self-controlled once in a while. I'm only asking for once in a while. I'm not even saying that every single one of you guys and girls out there with your batteries and things, if you're the one that, the righteous man fell 7 times, and I can be forgiven 409 times a day. I know you can. And God knows you can. And you know you can. The world knows you can. And the world knows that many are called, few are chosen. He wants it faithful. We're looking here in 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 7. The end of all things is at hand. Therefore, be self-controlled. Be sober-minded for the sake of your prayers. Above all things, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. Show hospitality to one another without grumbling. Each one of you has a gift also. This isn't Taco talking. This is God writing, I believe, through the Apostle Paul, who wrote so much Bible. It is silly when Paul gets to a part that is, he felt in his own life, he lived it. He hurt people, and then he was hurt by people because he was trying to help those people he hurt, and then those people that he was hurting them for the first time still wanted them hurt. So then they decided to hurt Paul bad, and when they did, people said, "You're bad, Paul," and they're still saying it today. And I got a problem with people like that. And you know what? It's a good thing for you that I have this whole pacifist thing going on, or I would have a can of whiplash on you so hard. You cried babies, whining when somebody slaps your hand when you reach to the stove. Why does God hate you? Because he loves those who love correction and despises those who despise correction. Can't admit they've ever done anything wrong. There's another verse in Peter, chapter 2, verse 21. It says, "For to do this you were called, because Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example that you should follow in his footsteps." Verse 25, give him time to clear his head. "For you were striving like sheep, but now have turned to the shepherd and overseer of the spiritual thing that's going on in your life." You want to make sense of this. Are the popes going to want to retire? What? Popes are hired for life. That was then. This is your new normal. The new normal is it's time to listen to me. It's time to listen to your spirit. This is all fake. These guys are eating babies. Transubstantiation could be that dark things of Satan, arguing about food, wanting to cut off babies' wanger skin with their mouths or something, sometimes, I guess. They got this guy here, supposed to be the Pope. He retired because they wouldn't stop pedophiling, or he just had enough. So they said, this guy here, when he dies, because he's super old now, this is from 2009, he's not the Pope anymore. And this moron's the Pope. He's the guy that's best friends with the people that are all charged with eating the babies. And he's not firing him, so they want him to retire because I can't retire because the other guy's still alive. We can't have two alive popes. But he stacked it says here, these rumors stem from last week when Francis, that's the second pope, the second living, first ever Jesuit pope. He's not the pope with the first nope. Anyway, he's been adding to the ranks of the princes of the church. He's got it up and over the needed 83 mark. They do it with elections like they fake it with your Trump. They've been making it from the beginning, baking it from when Bill Gates broke that code. Supposedly his mommy threw a bake sale, bought some stuff with it. The money they sold, it was a Brother computer printer. So they said, Billy, why don't you skip gym class and the rest of your classes for the rest of this $60,000 a year junior high school? And with this Brothers Xerox computer that we bought with the money from the bake sale. Bake. So what Billy was supposed to do, his mother and the group of other children, because he was finally old enough to go to this $60,000 a year junior high school. The moms the year before had gotten together and bought a brother Xerox computer. This is their story. It's how Billy got famous. Mommy got a good deal on this printer. Somebody read a magazine that said, hey, this computer printer is awesome and it's using a new version of this computer. We might not have to use punch cards like the IBM. You know, it's all the same players, people. So they said, yeah, let's buy that computer and let Billy hack it. Billy, can you hack it? Bill Gates went, they told me I'm the smartest person since Stephen Hawkins. I'll crack it even if I have to skip gym class. And they said, okay, you don't have to do gym class. So that motivated him to work day and night for like a slave and honestly do some of the only hard work that any of these drug taking, baby raping, adrenochrome drinking, names on Epstein's plane dudes. Bill Gates is the hardest working one of them all. He did something. He broke the basic code from the Xerox brother computer when he was in Seattle there. He wanted to get payback. He wanted to make the president. You don't remember that when Bill Gates said, hey, look, I broke the code. I make the president. Billy stood up to him. Angie, do you remember that? Yours. You remember that when Bill Gates stood up and told him, I'm going to get my own president because you guys, you don't know how to run this. I'm the guy who made the computers. I'm going to get my own president. Bill Gates. He doesn't do that anymore. He changed his tune and moved it to getting the jab or the stab. What are you guys calling it now? Huh? What? What was I looking up? Somebody doing something they shouldn't, right? Somebody that didn't know something about something. I was going to surprise you. If you believed in Moses, you would have believed in Jesus. People have to read the scriptures.
Civilized Negro and the semi-civilized Mongol were inhabitants of the earth when the first of the Caucasians was born into the world. But what say the scriptures? Do they ratify or controvert this teaching of philosophy? The book of Genesis is obviously made up of several distinct sections, which, if not composed, were compiled by Moses under the dictation and guidance of the Almighty. Taken together, they furnish a consistent and most significant record of antediluvian events and an unbroken series of genealogies, from which a complete and accurate chronology of the time that has elapsed since the creation of Adam has been deduced, carrying down that event into the historical era, and thus connecting it with the present age of the world. This chronology has been so interwoven with the sacred history of the primeval personages and events with which it purports to deal that it cannot be rejected or varied in any particular without sacrificing the whole record and converting it into a myth or fable. It gives the age of each of Adam's antediluvian descendants in the direct line at the date of the birth of his son, and thus computed the time which elapsed between the birth of Adam and the Noachian deluge is, according to the Hebrew version, 1,656 years. According to the Septuagint, 2,242 years. Adam at the birth of Seth.
The Greek Septuagint is not all that everybody that loves you to go to church on Saturday thinks it is.
Hebrew 130, Septuagint 230. Seth at the birth of Enos. Hebrew 105, Septuagint 205. Enos at the birth of Canaan. Hebrew 90, Septuagint 190. Canaan at the birth of Mahalalel. Hebrew 70, Septuagint 170. Mahalalel at the birth of Jared. Hebrew 65. Fellow creature with whom to communicate would have been of little value, and therefore a helpmeet for him was provided by the mysterious formation of Eve, who was taken or appeared to him in a dream to have been taken from his side, bone of his bones and flesh of his flesh. She is brought unto him, and he names her Asha, because she was taken out of Aish, man. Here we have the first mention of man in the abstract. Everything before stated as relating to man was stated in relating to the individual Adam, and therefore, if no other human being was in the world at the time but himself, it is strange that, in his first recorded speech, he should have made use of the word that implied the existence of more than one. These, with other statements throughout the Adamic history, are found to confirm the existence of pre-Adamites, which has been already established by the independent philosophic inquiry. Scripture revelation was given to instruct us as to the origin and history of the first Adam and his race, to render intelligible the advent and the office of the second Adam, and it scrupulously adheres to that theme and to the exclusion of all collateral matters, so that the allusions to the non-Adamite are, as might have been expected, few and indirect, being introduced only when necessarily connected with the primary subject. In illustration of this economy of the Bible revelations, we may remark that neither Moses nor the prophets make any allusion to the Negro, though the Israelites in Egypt must have been brought into contact with them. Such is the Mosaic account of the creation of Adam and Eve, with the description of their first place of abode on earth, and there is not to be found in any statement that is inconsistent with the pre-existence and coexistence of other human beings. If numerous tribes of human creatures had been living upon the earth when the man Adam was brought into existence by the fiat of his creator, no language could describe such an event more appropriately than that which has been used by the author of Genesis in the passages before us. It will be found as we proceed that there are other passages which imply and confirm what philosophy has taught us, that at this time there were other inhabitants on the earth besides the inmates of Eden. The scripture record informs us that about 6,000 years have passed away since a man was introduced by the Creator on that particular part of the globe, which is identified by its 4 rivers as situate in Asia, near the head of the Persian Gulf, and that his race, with the exception of one family, were in the 10th generation extinguished. History, tradition, and the comparison of languages established the tribes and nations which compose the Caucasian race had their origin in a small family or clan whose abode was in some part of southern Asia, and who, by emigration from that center, had peopled all the lands which they now occupy throughout Europe and Asia, and the time requisite for such emigrations and settlements does not exceed the scripture date of the Noachian deluge. The Bible also teaches us that the duration of the antediluvian period was 1,656 years, And there is nothing in this that militates against the hypothesis that Adam was the progenitor of the Caucasian race alone. But if it is to be assumed that he was the progenitor of all humanity, and that the Mongol and Negro and all the other inferior races were his lineal descendants, then scripture chronology of that period cannot be relied on, as all who have any knowledge of the principles of anthropology and comparative philology concede that the descent of the Mongol or the Negro from the Caucasian and the development of the radical and agglutinative languages from the inflectional or the reverse are either impossibilities or require an antiquity for Adam incalculably higher and more remote than that recorded in the Bible. Time to a far greater extent than that which intervened between the Adam of Genesis and the Egyptian monuments was certified the existence of the Negro would have been a necessary element for his production if his lineage was derived from Adam. If the Mongol was a Mongol and the Negro was a Negro before Adam became a living soul, the Mosaic record harmonizes with and is confirmed by all that science and philosophy have discovered and proclaimed to have been the course of nature, the presence and progress of God upon the earth. If, on the other hand, the Mongol and the Negro are to be considered descendants of Adam, the facts of science and the words of Scripture are irreconcilably at variance. It might be suggested that, though Adam was the first of a superior race, he might have been the natural-born progeny of some pre-Adamite parents and have transmitted to his lineal descendants the peculiar characteristics of a new variety of the human family, which have survived through the intervening generations to the present day. This is a question.
These are gas bags. These hold natural gas that go up and down.
We cannot avoid the conclusion that
power these
without father.
These
mother,
power
or
all the
descent.
gas. Everybody in the town gets it from gas
The
bags.
divine fiat.
That's
let
probably a
us
gas
make
bag
Adam
too.
in our own image, and his formation out of the dust of the ground, the exact description of the place of his creation, and the supernatural production of Eve, supplying what was necessary for the perpetuation of a new race, all point to an original creation distinct from procreation. The birth of a Caucasian from Mongol parents, though contrary to all experience, cannot be rejected as an absolute impossibility in a long course of ages. But the birth of a female of the same variety at the same time and place, and under circumstances that brought them together, is, as a purely natural event, so improbable that the occurrence must be deemed to have been the result of a divine interposition outside what is commonly recognized as the ordinary operation of nature's laws. It is difficult for a finite mind that has no experience of an act of creation to form a conception of the mode in which Adam was created. How and where was the physical frame molded into shape with all that nice arrangement of its parts which the human form presents? How was that breath of life breathed into his nostrils which made him a living soul? How was he instructed as to the mode of sustaining life, and whence came that instinctive apprehension of all that the others have learned from experience? These are mysteries, but not more inexplicable than the phenomena which attend the birth and life of every human being. The unknown meets us at every step, and a conception of how it is that he lives and moves and has his being transcends the reasoning powers of every child of man. He finds it hard to confess his ignorance of anything, but experience teaches that his proud intellect must, in most of its inquiries, limit itself to the knowledge that they are, without knowing how it is that they are. Many, nevertheless, are seeking to account for the existence of the first of their race by searching for a link to connect his being with that of some pre-existing organism. But such a link never has and never will be discovered. And true wisdom remains with those who rest on God's word and believe that he created Adam and placed him in the Garden of Eden. But whatever may have been the mode of Adam's entry into life and the nature of his early existence, his high position and previous privileges were soon forfeited by the breach of the only condition imposed upon him by his Creator. He partook of the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil and incurred the penalty of death, while the ground, or the garden, which had for him spontaneously brought forth every tree that was pleasant to the sight and good for food, was cursed for his sake, and sentenced to bring forth thorns and thistles until reclaimed by the sweat of his brow and the labor of his hands. The tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil were not, as it is frequently suggested, mythical or allegorical. They were, we conceive, as real as the rivers of the garden, which are still flowing to identify its locality. Like all vegetation, they had their peculiar properties, and while the fruit of the tree of life probably possessed the power of prolonging and renovating the physical frame of man, which would otherwise have failed by the natural process of decay incident to all organisms, the partaking of the fruit of the tree of knowledge may have been attained with the effect of creating or stimulating passions and affections, and imparted a consciousness of evil to a mind therefore innocent and without guile. The question, "Who told thee that thou wast naked?" reveals the distinction between the former state of innocence and the subsequent consciousness of evil. This appears more clearly when we consider the reason assigned for the expulsion of Adam and Eve from paradise. Lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. A world of sin,
and that just happens to be verse 322.
A fearful.
They want to live forever. Verse 322.
If immortality had accompanied the sin of the first Adam, the redemption of the world could not have been accomplished by the second Adam. He was therefore driven out of Eden that he may not, a sinner, live in everlasting misery. It does not appear that he was prohibited from eating of the fruit of the tree of life while he was an inmate of paradise, and he may therefore have partaken of it, which might account for his own longevity, and that of his immediate posterity in the early ages, until its effect had gradually died out of their constitutions, when the age of man became reduced to its present standard of 80 years and 10. Had Adam not fallen, what would have been the relationship between his race and the other inhabitants of the globe? His mission was to increase and multiply and replenish the earth, with beings as immortal as himself. And on the consequences of such a state of things to mortals, we need not speculate. Experience cannot assist us, and we are therefore without any foundation for reasoning on the subject. The title of the pre-Adamites to salvation has been purchased by the death and resurrection of the second Adam. How it would have fared with him had the first Adam retained his high estate, it is vain for finite intelligence to inquire. But though degraded and under condemnation, we can well understand that he retained a sufficiency and superior nature and endowments to qualify his descendants to become the apostles of a progress that will yet culminate above the corruption of human nature, to cover the earth with the glory of the Lord as the waters cover the sea. None but those of the Caucasian race have ever evinced capacity or inclination to perform the work which they have been performing in the world. Without their instructive zeal, the religion of the true God would be a dead letter. Science, arts, literature, and commerce would never have been developed and diffused as they have been, and humanity could not have risen above the level of the stagnant semi-civilization of the unchanging and unprogressive Mongol. The remainder of the antediluvian history has been written chiefly to establish and perpetuate the evidence of the genealogy of Adam's race through Cain and Seth. The events recorded are few but significant on the subject of the existence and contemporaneous tribes of mankind. The detail of the dark deed which caused the death of one son and the expulsion of another from the family of Adam discloses the firstborn Cain to have been of a willful, vindictive, and determined spirit. Such a character was not likely to have felt or avowed apprehensions of violence from his own brethren, even if they had then been in existence, more especially if an unpeopled earth had afforded him the opportunity of separating himself from their society. But if the earth was at the time stocked with savage and hostile tribes, among whom he was about to be driven, a fugitive and exile from his own family circle, we might well have trembled at the gloomy prospect and have pathetically sought for protection in his wanderings from his offended God. My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. His complaint was heard, his safety was ensured, and he went forth eastward from his father's home, married a wife in the land of his exile, and in the first generation of his family he built a city in the land of Nod, and called it, after his firstborn, Enoch, or Hanuk. A city required men to build it, and a population to inhabit it. And who were they that in so brief a space of time were sufficient in number to build and people the ancient city of Enoch, if Cain's own intermediate kindred were the only dwellers of the earth besides himself, if it be admitted that he went forth under the protection of the Almighty among other inferior tribes, and gained that ascendancy over them that a strong-minded, resolute man, endowed with capacity and attainments superior to those of his new associates, might naturally obtain under such circumstances, that he connected himself by marriage with them and applied his energies to elevate and civilize the inhabitants of his adopted country. We can well understand how it was that he became so soon the founder of a city, the nucleus of dominion, and the first fruits of the newborn civilization that was about to spread throughout the earth. It was thus, probably, that a certain amount of civilization became diffused among the uncivilized pre-Adamites of Asia, and which has been perpetuated to the present hour, though their incapacity to become civilizers remains as before. By the uninterrupted admixture of Mongolian blood, the Caucasian configuration has been absorbed, but the spirit of the Cainite has survived in the very
Giving them the credit.
We never really had all the money, but I had two.
Wellstone acknowledged it's been a hurtful campaign with plenty of healing ahead, but the lighter moments of this victory speech abounded.
We've traveled thousands of miles on that old
No,
green bus,
Adam
and
was
now-
made from the dust of the Nephilim.
And now that green bus is within inches of its destination.
Wellstone is seen by many as the little guy who could, beating the powerful Boschwitz machinery, but this grassroots organization did, and the emotion of it all was apparent as Wellstone.
But I want to tell you something else. People in Minnesota have been great to me. They've given me a huge honor. And I don't intend now to vote for something I don't honestly believe is right.
The two-term senator from Minnesota held strong views of his.
So he had been a senator already for 8 years. He'd been around, and he's going, and then all of a sudden, he was the Bernie Sanders of the 1990s. The liberals fell in love with Paul Wellstone.
He was known for his passionate beliefs and speaking his mind. Most recently, he was one of the few senators to vote against giving the president the go-ahead to use force against Iraq.
Whatever the consequences are in Minnesota, the only thing I can do, I've tried to live my life this way, maybe I haven't been perfect, but I sure have tried to, is to make what I think is the honest decision, what I believe is best for the state and our country and the world I live in. I've always tried to live that way, you guys.
Wellstone first came to Minnesota in 1969 to teach political science at Carleton College in Northfield. He also, for one season, coached wrestling.
No sale! No sale! No sale!
During the 80s, Wellstone got his start in grassroots politics with a group called Groundswell. He led farm protests at a time when there were so many farm foreclosures.
This Reagan bloc administration can spend billions of dollars on Star Wars in space. It can spend that kind of money to grow food and feed the hungry right here on Earth.
Thank you, guys.
He chaired Minnesota's Jesse Jackson for president campaign. And then in 19...
And remember, everyone, Satan was loosed in 1711. People kicked around. They discovered the cities. They were nothing but blood groups, test tubes, clones with some stragglers, what they call remnants, raising us. Here you go. Foundlings, orphan trains, my generation. Hello, you guys. You are suckers.
launched his campaign.
And this guy thought he was really going to change the world. He was going to be Bernie Sanders. He was going to do what was right. No. Man, within 3 years, this guy is dead, and they had a governor named Turbo in the movies from Running Man when he was a robot. It's that guy that is so lying about everything. Jesse. Jesse is a liar. He's one of those guys that he was the first Donald Trump that came in saying, yeah, I used to be stupid and an idiot, but now trust me, I was just playing. Now I know how real it is. And my goodness, if that doesn't look like almost exactly like my wife, except not a little bit. Well, my wife, I think she was 5'8".
For the Senate as an outsider. Campaigning from the back of a green school bus, he said he wanted to shake up Washington. And when he got there, he did. Admonishing Vice President Dan Quayle about George Bush Sr.'s war policy at his own swearing-in ceremony. No longer the outsider, Wellstone had taken on more mainstream causes like prescription drugs, Social Security, and veterans benefits.
I'm a Minnesota senator. I am on the side of Minnesotans. It's an honor to serve Minnesota, and I intend to win this race. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
This year, despite a promise to only serve 2 terms, Wellstone announced that he would run again.
So this guy Coleman, he didn't have a chance, man. And Wellstone got so famous, he ended up running for president. Did he get killed too? I don't know if his candidate died, but Paul Wellstone died later when he was running for president. And they put a big old heart stone on his site as a memorial.
Yep, he is where the Scab came from.
They must have just had a little filed footage on him. Small town killed in a plane crash. Labor Party. He wanted to be a communist type too, I think. You know, get the people really under control. got a little older. The Green Party candidate ran against him. Oh, he moved some Greens opposed. He's a champion on our issues. The McCain-Feingold, that was talked about a lot. Oh, he was the bad guy. He was one of those guys. Oh, nobody liked him. He had hard limits on no more than 5,000 per individual. All right. He intended to be like Robert Kennedy, and the other Kennedy was like him. They were buddies, big friends. Let's do it. They used to go, let's do it. Bill Brady, he wasn't more popular than the man who didn't know there was any inconvenient truth. This guy, whose dad owned Occidental Oil. Bad wars, didn't want it. Wow, this was right around the time when everything was happening. October 25th, 2002, he was going to run against Ronald Reagan. Wow, and they killed him. So Billy Boy was young when he tried to make his move, Bill Gates was. And they told him right off the bat, you ain't making presidents. We ain't changing course. Your man's dying. You'll get in line. You'll endorse the jabberoonie. Of course, it was accidental. There was some problem that the National Safety Board might have been prevented the flight crew from seeing the airport. The icing was not supposed to affect the plane's descent. Not significant. The autopsy. No icing, no drugs, no alcohol. Just accidental. Here's the nice rock they have. I don't know where my picture is, but I love it. I'm going to let the computer fix it. His wife was with him, so they killed her too. They don't care. How serious do they take those threats as a Freemason? They'll kill you and your family. How serious would you take it? These are wireless receptors or T cells that have just turned into blood cells. Different color. Could be a protein element rich pericardium skin over the heart. This is a different color, but the lines are still the same. No, this could be the brain of one of the big ones, because everything on that pericardium has turned to gemstone. Not too much, just the one story. All part of the computer.
Both Lewis and Clark were Masons as well. In fact, Lewis was known for achieving high rank among American Masons in almost record time. Lewis was elected to the Door of Virtue Lodge in January 1797 and had climbed the ranks to past Master Mason within 3 months. By 1799, he had attained status of Royal Arch Mason in Widow's Sun Lodge at Milton, Virginia. Shortly thereafter, Lewis had been chosen by Jefferson to be his private secretary. Now, I've heard various stories about people who are, what they are is, they typically come from prominent families, and they tend to already be in the know and in certain high positions when they're offered the status of Mason. And then they are promoted very quickly in the Masonic Lodge, usually to Master Mason. And some people, depending on what rank it is, would say a 33rd degree or Master Mason. In this case, Royal Arch Mason, because this author isn't saying whether this is Scottish Rite or York Rite Masonry. And there's some oddities about those two things. And there's some oddity about Masons, the Freemasons, and various factions of Freemasons earlier in history, and how it spread, the denunciation of it in Europe and in early America. But I would say by the time we get to like Thomas Jefferson, we're looking at an organization that was far more unified than it was a century earlier, and far more infiltrated, and not by the Catholic Church. Look into movements like Martinism, and you'll see by who. If you realize that B'nai B'rith was spawned from Masonry and Oddfellows, you'll start to get the idea. So, strangely enough, this Meriwether Lewis was past a Master Mason, Royal Arch Mason, before he was ever sent on this journey. He basically recruited Clark into the Masons as well. So by the time they're through with their journey and back and being appointed to very high offices, both of them are Masons, one a Royal Arch Mason. So you probably couldn't be more in the know than a guy like Meriwether Lewis. And to be in direct opposition to some people and what they believe and say about Masonry, I would say that the secrets that one is looking to attain by climbing the ladder in Masonry is not the sort of esoteric kind of secrets that I think a lot of people tend to get in their heads. I think the secrets that they tend to attain are more, if I could say, practical secrets as far as how the world really works, how the monetary system really works, the true history of the world, nations, peoples, geography. It's no mistake that these institutions that are controlling public
The
knowledge,
nation's globe.
history, geography, ethnology,
This happened today.
were all begun as secret societies and still at the top function as such to this day. I don't think there's any mistake to it.
Earlier,
So, like with a number of Masons and people involved or embroiled in secret society and highfalutin doings, Meriwether Lewis met a very violent, gruesome death that officially was called suicide. Apparently, he stabbed himself multiple times and realized that wouldn't work, or at least cut himself, realized that wouldn't work, and then shot himself in the chest and the back of the head. I guess one of those shots must have finally done it. But I don't know if I'm going to read much on his death. What I'm going to do is read some of the oddities that these authors bring up about America. And keep this in mind. Most of what they're pulling from are what exists of the diaries of Lewis. And there's not much, there was a lot of controversy over just getting those published. Now, a number of the men in this expedition kept a journal of some sort. And a lot of this has been pieced together from various journals and diaries. But it really seems to me, from the explanation of this author, that it wasn't easy to get these things published. I think that they went through a lot of filters. I don't think anyone was free to necessarily speak freely about their travels and what they saw and who they interacted with. And given the fact that a full year of time out of 3 years, 1/3 of the time and things they did has been missing from Meriwether Lewis's journals. Now that's astounding, especially when you consider that the federal government was paying him as the leader of this party to keep track of all of these things. He was specially trained in, believe me, they had him in mind long before this actually happened, because he was specially schooled in botany and ethnology and entomology, all kinds of special skills he would need to record a lot of data that he came across. And he was being paid handsomely by the federal government, so by the people, to do what he was doing. And for a full third, 1 year out of 3, to be missing from his journals. And when you consider all of the intrigue that followed him directly after this, and the fact that he died not long after all of this, while he was still trying to get his journals published, and the sparsity of other men's journals that we have, and how difficult it's been to put together a lot of information. I would think anybody would smell a rat. So the main crux of this book is the Lewis and Clark expedition. However, there's a lot of alternative history background they're going to be giving too. And I'm going to be reading from some of that. It's going to be mainly a few incidents or happenings that in a way relate to the Lewis and Clark expedition. And in another way, these things call into question everything that we've been told concerning the mainstream accepted version of the history of. And after knowing and hearing everything I have about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Rivers and Harbors Project, and how much it would appear that they refaced the land in the western United States, and we don't even know how much. And again, like I mentioned yesterday, the places that...
So you can tell, this is not, if this was a black stone, black onyx, would it be messed up by a green screen? I saw a little bit of it get messed up when it was by this other stone that you find a lot of them polished because they come polished. There are some things in the Nephilim that aren't, and I say all Nephilim, it's only Nephilim if you find the stone. Well, here's the one that you could go, you're wrong. I'd have to get a bigger microscope, break it down, and show you that this is what you call a parasite in the body, which is why it usually, you can see right through them, and you can see the gut. Like this. There's a small filter. But you can see the part on the top is, it's accepting the light and throwing it off on my finger. That's the part that is actually the body. The part that you see accepting the light and then throwing it off up at my finger, that is the gut. Turn it around. Just turn off the screen. There you go. There you go. There you see it. You can see through it, but then these are those kind of parasites or organisms that live in your body that you see them and they're swimming around. Then all of a sudden it's like a big hose comes out and it surrounds it and pulls it back in, and then it just sits there and it pulls it in, and then if it's a good one, it goes through the apoptosis. I once read an anatomy book and thought I knew something about smell, but I didn't. Look, you can't see the screen when I do that. Can you see it now? Yeah, see, I kept going over here, and I went back over to here, but I never put it in here. Did I get here? I did the spiral mounds. I was about ready to, if I had to, break in a video on the spiral mounds. You notice I just cut and paste anything I could get up there.
Gishon, that he wanted certain men that were very good at their trade to actually take care of his stables and herds in Gishon. So I'm going to read a little bit here then. If I go back, I've got so many documents open just because it's necessary, I'm afraid. And I'm going to read a little bit of when they're starting out from Mitzrayim. And then we're going to have to take a look at Mitzrayim and a few other things to see if we can't build our understanding of what these places were like and what they were, or where they were in relationship to one another. So we can start with a simple account in Exodus 12:36. It says, "And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzri, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Mitzri." And they didn't steal these things from them. The Mitzri gave these things to them. Probably wanted them gone badly. Yeah, here, this is my grandma's necklace, but you know what? I want you to have it now. Well, go, shoot. Anyways, it was not stealing. They gave them to them. Now, the idea of lent, they use lent shall. We'd have to definitely do a word study on shall. 12:37, and the children of Yisrael journeyed from, here we go, Ramses to Sukkot, about 600,000. And we're only counting men, and we're probably not counting Louis or Levi. It's Louis, because Louis is never in the count. You see that in Numbers. Because what we're counting here, and those who were too young to fight were not counted. Those who were too old to stand, walk, and thus fight were not counted. This is a very, very small amount of the population. These were how counts were done. This was counted very much like divisions militarily, okay? About 600,000 on foot that were men, besides children. And in 1238, a mixed multitude. And Gam Oreb, which I think is pretty decent in the sense of a translation from Gam Oreb, or Gam Oreb Rab. So that would be a lot. Sometimes when you see like clouds of locusts or something, you're going to see Oreb, a big mass spread out. Gam Oreb Rab. Excuse me. They went.
Sometimes, when I'm going to be teaching, whether I just pop it up about the Industrial Revolution, where did they get the iron? Where did they get the gold? Are they running out of both iron or iron mixed with the clay? Cutting corners in smelting production, perhaps at the end. There was no Alexander the Great, all of that. There might be something for us still. There was for them. And now that we find out they were having ore trouble and they knew it, I pulled up this. I got here and stopped. This is from the cxfordenergy.org. This was their I should make a show tonight because I should tell them important things. And then I know they just like to talk and find out about old things because they love the Lord so much. And so, dang, man, I found out some scary stuff. The liquefaction process involves removal of certain components such as dust, acid gases, helium, water, and heavy hydrocarbons, which should cause difficulty downstream. The natural gas is then condensed into a liquid at close to atmospheric pressure. Wow. By cooling it to approximately negative 162 degrees Celsius. That's negative 260 degrees Fahrenheit. So for both for everybody, and I know both Celsius and Fahrenheit, and those numbers are so extreme as to leave both of us baffling our mind, especially with, the people that know just enough Fahrenheit to go, what's with those people that do centigrade? Why is it minus 62? I thought they were usually, way colder. Like it was only, they say they get, really hot when it gets in the 40s. They can't stand it. And 40 is just above freezing for us. Well, they start freezing at 122. Whatever you're supposed to, 322, whatever the freezing point is, 32 degrees. 32 degrees is what it is. And they freeze. They say that's freezing. And then they go 2.2, as I am not to them 79 and 66 of a meter. I'm a full meter. I'm 72 inches. 72 versus a meter. But they know a meter is like, dude, you're 1,000 centimeters. You're 100 centimeters. Whatever. You got an even number going there. But they're doing all of this to get this gas prices down, man. Because they don't like people being on the petrodollar. That's what I'm remembering about when I was looking this up. And there were so many of them. And the fact that this is old and this shit, we are running out of it and it's no good anymore. The coal that the ground that they have to get I showed you some pictures of some good coal. Well, the good coal is all gone, people. It's gone. They used it all up. They got these pipelines and all this talk about oil they can fight over. You can fight all the petrol oil you want. Guess what? Europe doesn't want it. They want this stuff. And this was when I was looking up Bruges to show you how, from the very beginning they were in on it. Might have been the place where they discovered, hey, there were some smart people before us. Yep, that was what it was. This is Z. And Z is the backwash of the Bruges Canal. It's called the Z Bruges Canal. It's coming back to me now. That's why I had another picture in here of something. That's that coal that's good. This is how they made metal before. A few people could have a sword. Everybody always wants to act like, well, if you didn't have a sword, you weren't nothing. Well, until they got these. And how come you think the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald happened? Once they got these and they had the fascism, they said, make the coal, the boats run no matter what. You ever hear of this book? It's got a 6th chapter. Did you ever read it? It's all about what goes on in a book. They're always fighting. That's not it. That's not what I was looking for. Oh, it's Saul and David. So it would be 2 Kings. You ever hear of that one? I'm looking for a time when Saul and David were the only two people who had a sword. I'm going to show you that it's not time, there was a time, well, This is a time when an axe head fell off and people were going like, oh my goodness, it's borrowed. Oh my goodness, getting metal was a big deal, even back then, because you got it from those kind of rocks, the good rocks, the gemstone rocks of the metal. But now you're just digging dusts out of the ground. I don't know if it's metal. Sometimes they're lowering the quality. That's not the one I wanted, though. That's just the one that is cool. Let's see. Nope, I'm going to have to search this one. You put in KJV, sometimes it'll remember it because everybody used it for, and I'm going to type in, for there was no sword in the land. And it's going to pop up. It's right there in Kings. Samuel. No smith found in the land. So we have to go to a whole other first. All right. Jonathan warned that David. Wow. Here's Saul chosen to be king. He tried to hide. Where did I put that one? So here's the one, because just because there's no sword in the whole land, if you're an archaeologist and you find a place and you go, well, they can't be very smart because they don't have a sword. Well, they could have wanted a sword, and it does seem weird that without a sword, but they still had Goliath. Why were they taunting them? Saul and Jonathan were people who were present with them, stayed in Geba, Benjamin, but the Philistines camped at Michmash. The raiders came out, 3 companies, they're all camping, and now when they say there's no blacksmith to be found, That means every one of the Israelites, when they had to sharpen their plow, they had to go down. The Philistines were winning here, which is why, they wanted to be like the other kings. Maybe they could lead us in battle. It's why they got the handsome, tall, head and shoulders taller than anybody around him. They said, be our king, be our man. And these were the same people that had no pride enough to do it. Well, they went down to the Maddox and the axe and his shickle with money and said, will you sharpen our stuff? I know it's 2/3 of a shekel, but we need a sharp plow, and we're not allowed to have it. So on the day of the battle, there was neither a sword nor a spear found in the hand of any of the people with Saul and Jonathan, but Saul and Jonathan had one of those rare, like Gandalf swords of Glandoril. And I'm going to fix it up, because these swords are the best, man. They're not made from iron ore that Paco's going to be showing you thousands of years later. And you don't hate people if you find people that they got everything else cool, but they can't be nothing. I don't see no sword or spear. Well, sometimes you're not allowed. Wait till we get to this where I got the hyperrelasia, receptor nerves, peripheral nerves. It has to do with being empathic now. Maybe a little too sympathetic because of all those estrogen mimickers they're putting in your drugs, because they want you to be able to experience more pain. You've got to be kidding me, but yeah, that's what they're doing. You got to get up. You got to build up to it. I'll get you there. We're not ready. But I figured out how they got us to accept it. But I had to go through Teller County one more time. Now, see, this is the quality and the evolution of extracted iron ore grades. See, we're still talking about coal and iron ore and what they made iron ore. And when did the Industrial Revolution really happen? When was there a chance that they could be making metal and iron that breaks all things, that could have faults that break? And we go back to clay. The United States has the worst coal in the world, and we were using the shit of it since 2010. All the other countries have always been using crap. There has only been people burning coal because that's all they knew how to do in Australia and the United States, because we were the slave states. We still burn it because it's shitty. This is high-grade ore. They were burning high-grade. We didn't care. We'd burn anything that burned. But around 1958, when something happened, World War II, United States, Russia, the world, Canada, Brazil, Sweden, China, everybody started bagging natural gas, and they figured out they don't need the petrodollar anymore. How are we going to get rid of these guys? How are we going to make it go bye-bye? Those pellets that they can make in steel making now, we can do. And we can do it with natural gas better. We don't need their money. This used to be the kind of rock. They say it's 2.1 years, and this is how they used to get iron before they started doing it with what I was showing you back here.
at the dock. This included the ore storage capacity at the face of the dock being increased and dredging the front of the dock, allowing 2 freighters to dock and discharge materials simultaneously. The plan made no mention of the future of the Hewletts, though. A separate report published in November 1998 concluded the Hewletts and other infrastructure associated with them would have to be demolished as they would interfere with 2 freighters from docking and discharging simultaneously. Long story short.
And the long story short, they didn't do it. They didn't keep their promise. I'm not. If you Google it, there's 2 of them laying in the dirt in an island, rusting away. They're not going to rebuild it.
And dumped it into cars or into a temporary storage pile. Due to the
This is one thing they found left over in between. They were able to use it only because it's just a tip thing and there are no tides on the Great Lakes. They unloaded these every 3 hours. They ran them around the clock. It was government ran. It's why the Edmund Fitzgerald was on the lake when there was a world record storm. They did not care. Make your run. Everything was designed to not break. They needed it like we need it now. They had just-in-time delivery. Everything was brand new, but they had the coal. And the greatest generation thought, I'm paying nothing for this house. They gave us the love. They gave us the time so they could set us up and tear it back down the same way. And everybody will be waiting for the rapture, except us.
For travel of the buckets, the machines were much faster at unloading ore. Other companies created similar designs to his fast plant, like the Hoover and Mason traveling electric clamshell hoist. As a result, the cost of unloading a ton of ore reduced from 30 to 50 cents to about 18 cents. The Brown hoist designs were so successful that other companies from around the United States and the world began ordering them. This included the Cleveland and Pittsburgh Railroad, which was leased to the Pennsylvania Railroad. They operated extensive docks on Cleveland's Whiskey Island, a strip of land west of the Cuyahoga River sheared off from the mainland by the old riverbed near the Erie Railroad's dock. The Cleveland and Pittsburgh's docks had 4 Brown hoist cantilevers installed at their dock number 1 in 1889, followed by an additional 2 the next year at dock number 2. In 1891, a Brown hoist fast plant was built on dock number 3 that could unload 6,000 tons of ore a day into railroad cars. Later on, 11 more fast plants were built along with 6 Hoover and Mason electric unloaders with 5-ton clamshell.
Are you keeping track of how many jobs they were providing right after the war for your orphan-trained fathers?
Buckets, and 31 Brown hoists with 1.5-ton clamshell buckets. This allowed the Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
I'm sorry, your father's fathers. It was my dad's generation that were the either orphan trains or the first bred generation, because all of a sudden my grandpa, Walter DeWitt Hughes, pure honky, was allegedly born in 1889, something like that, 1888. I got the paper somewhere, had it. And then all of a sudden in 1914, a girl came over on a boat. They got married. They had 15 kids, 12 lived. 10 were sons, 9 fought in wars.
Stock to handle a capacity of 2.2 million tons of ore per season and accommodate vessels up to 607 feet. Still, with the ever-increasing amount of iron ore being mined and shipped per year, and lake freighters increasing in size and length, the Brown hoists weren't enough. On April 5, 1898, George H. Hewlett and John McMyler secured their patent for an improved loading and unloading apparatus. According to their patent application, the object is to provide means for reaching under the decks of vessels and unloading cargo rapidly and cheaply. It consists in a suitable framework for the support of the mechanism, a leg supported thereby and depending therefrom, and a scoop or bucket connected with the lower end of the leg and capable of being turned completely around relative to its support. George Hewlett, who was a native of Conneaut, Ohio, was described by people who knew him as eccentric. He started his career running a general store in Unionville until moving to Cleveland in 1881, when he went into the produce and commission business. Eventually, he made a career change to the design and manufacture of materials handling equipment.
No, he didn't. They just said he did.
2 dozen designs between 1887 and 1906. His latest loading and unloading apparatus, known as the Hewlett, was designed to operate hydraulically, although other means such as steam or electricity could be employed as well as water. Hewlett later refined and perfected his machine in his name alone in subsequent patents. In 1899, George Hewlett, with the support of Andrew Carnegie, began constructing the first Hewlett at the Pittsburgh and Conneaut Dock Company's Dock Number 4 at Conneaut, Ohio. The original prototype was powered by steam and had a 10-ton bucket capable of unloading 275 tons per hour. It was built by George Hewlett's employer, the Cleveland-based Wellman Seaver Engineering Company. On George's signal, the operator in the cab of the Hewlett's leg moved this bucket down into the hold of a boat to grab a bite of iron ore. The leg came back up and dumped it into a railroad car in about a minute. Although his tests showed that some changes and improvements were necessary, Andrew Carnegie and Charles Schwab, who were in attendance, were sold on it. They promptly ordered 4 more to be installed for the company in 1900 and 1901. In total, approximately 75 were built at ports around the Great Lakes in the United States and Canada. Most of them were in operation on Lake Erie, and there was even one in New York City used for unloading garbage. Hewletts were so efficient that the cost of unloading iron ore per ton dropped from 18 to 6 cents. They could unload a single vessel, depending on its size, within 5 to 10 hours, thus allowing them to make more trips carrying ore per season. Even the new freighters being constructed were designed in a manner that could better accommodate the Hewletts reaching into their cargo holds. On the downside, however, the many men who previously shoveled ore into the brown hoist buckets lost their jobs to the Hewletts. In 1908, the Pennsylvania Railroad decided to abandon their existing Whiskey Island dock operations in favor of building a new modern one at a different place. This would eliminate the need for lake freighters to navigate the many twists and curves of the Cuyahoga River and Old River Channel to access the previous dock. The new site was chosen north of the Lakeshore and Michigan Southern Railroad mainline, connected to Whiskey Island on approximately 40 acres of lakefront land Pennsylvania Railroad had reclaimed. Between 1910 and 1912, construction of the new Cleveland and Pittsburgh dock began by first using slag and other waste material as fill to build up the site. When it was completed, the dock was the largest ore handling plant on the Great Lakes. It consisted of 4 electrically powered second-generation Hewletts with 17-ton buckets, a traveling stocking and rehandling bridge with a 15-ton capacity bucket, a 1 million ton capacity ore storage yard, a machine shop, office, and electric powerhouse. Circling the entire dock was an extensive layout of tracks used for the receiving, classification, and storage of ore hopper.
Look, we live in a dystopic world, right? Let's just, I see that, not attracting a big crowd tonight. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Angie, and you guys for being here. But, you know, it's Sunday night. There is a lot going on. I mean, they had 10 inches of rain in Florida. You know, I hope everything's going for everybody good that's here. I hope that everybody here that is learning something, you know, what is it? 3 hours to 35 minutes. I started early. I don't want to make this all about, you know, wow, I listened to a guy who, you know, bought mushrooms and did it for a few days. I've done it before. It's all about what the Bible is saying for these times. And, you know, the fact that you guys are so special, and I'm not saying that to, I mean, you guys really, this is a far out tightened thing. And, you know, you're here tomorrow, you know, 100 people will have looked at it. We're all thinking something's up. We're all thinking something's up. And I really, Bobby, I don't expect everybody to hang on every word, but I like it when people catch up. I like it when I can get them right now and talk to people. I mean, we have people doing this all over. You know, you hear me say it to the other, you know, because one of those people is my phone, because I have to monitor it, because I'm, yeah, it is. It's crazy. And those roller dams I showed earlier tonight, those are the only things, 2 of them holding, you know, back so much. Oh, I had 4 private chats. Those are probably pretty cool. QB, nice. You got he knows how. See, now QB knows how to roll on the comments. I'll show you. See, he's got some over here in the private chat. There's a new comment in the comments. Give me multitask. Home church is awesome, and that's what I love to hear too. And now Bobby's outside. Now he was inside. Now he's back inside. The private chat is there. Look at that. We got to move around. We got the Cahokia Mounds, man. When did this happen? It went down recently. Where was the Exodus? Grand Mesa. Wow, it was so cool living there. The maps. Here's that trade. There, it is all about the trade. They want gas, and now they don't want the petrodollars anymore. And it's all these guys are supposed to be smart too. And everybody talking about gas hubs as of June 12th, because we still are using quantitative easing laws to get stipends out for the jab in 2022, because things were so bad when you were children and your parents went, wow, I thought that real estate would never go down. I was beginning this. Remember, I'm backtracking now, hitting the back button. There's that Zoo Bridge Canal hub. And I went, hub? How come that they have a Zoo Bruges hub, Z-Bruges hub? This is all they have. And I didn't care. You know, I didn't want to go, what's the national balancing point? A virtual trading location? What? There's a headquarters for a natural gas place where they started all this in somebody's world, and now there's only few people here that ever get to see it when it's live, and then you tell people and they don't believe it, that you already knew that I thought that this is where they discovered that, and then I came back here and now the metal's no good anymore, and everybody's gonna go, he's on mushrooms, and you just are an idiot, because they still don't believe the earth is flat. We only can worry about the people that are called, chosen, and faithful. Do you understand what I'm telling you here? That this national balancing point doesn't exist, not only for their country, it for all the countries that use it, you know, the UK particularly, it's a virtual. It's your Skype, baby. Are we got the plan to bring down the petrodollar? Yep, we know. It's working, it's working. Yep. Can I come and see you? Nope. Okay. Well, we got a Henry hub in the United States for our gas pipeline. 3 o'clock and all's well. You think they were snuffing candles that burned out all night? Oh, but Paul Revere. And now you will be quiet. They got all kinds of trading hubs. Oh, I was going to go backwards and just see how I got here. Well, this is a town next. It's a subdivision of Bruges. Lot of pictures. I got to do something here. I got to put the dongle back in. I plugged my phone in. I thought I had used more battery. I had not, and I didn't think it would be this much of an inconvenience when I'm used to using the mouse. I want to bring up a word. Well, should I? Oh man, there was a lot of stuff to study here tonight. So here's Zeebrugge on the top, and here's Bruges in the middle. Here's where they figured out when the dragon tried to swallow the water, the earth helped by exposing the canals around the world. They figured this one out because this was a small star fort. It washed up this canal. Exposing this. This was a canal. Somehow it rushed up here and exposed that they had this canal. A canal was running up to Zeebrugge. And of course, this is a star fort. Bruges is a big time star fort. It's one of the star forts that they can actually have planned for the city of Bruges. Yeah, when it's done, it'll look like this. They said, can you build this and have this river do a loop-de-loo and then go back out? They said, sure. Can you run it to Zeebrugge and then later in the world they can sell gas bags? Sure. We want you guys to be number one because we love Star Forts and we love being number one. Capital enlarges is Flanders. You know Mr. Flanders? Look at all the I just get a lot of pictures. Look at the canals. After these things. Now look at that. That's a bell, probably inscribed. Holy is the Lord. This is an outlet for plugging in things. I'm just kidding. It's a door, but it's probably something else too. And this goes down, down, layers and layers underground. There's a courthouse. There's the Bruges. I'm kind of trying to get a look at this statue, but it's not helping me. When I clicked on this thing here, it was to get the statue. This must be there, and they're minimizing the grandness of the bus. This is Paul and Jonathan waiting for the Philistines, saying, look, we've got 2 swords, man, and 3 swords, and if David wants one to cut off Goliath's head, that's his Flanders, everyone. And John Wayne's clone is going to have to live to fight another day. Same picture, don't get the base of the picture. Let's see if there's any big ones, man. There is a big one. Let's open it in a new tab. So this has been here longer than they say it has. These people aren't who they say they are. They are people living a lie. We're living a lie. We could be dead right now, living our life before Christ, wondering, are we going to have this same faith that Jesus Christ is the Son of God when we die? Oh, let us always be ready to know that every word that Jesus said is true. Always be ready to confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. No matter the time, no matter the pressure, no matter who is begging you to please deny him. Don't do it. Hewlett Unloaders helped fuel that raging industrial age. Okay, let's get serious. In death, endophthalmitis, post-operative endophthalmitis. I wasn't any happier to have this word to pronounce than you. Did I look it up? I will. I should. Make sure. I see I'm a little out of order, but we're going here. Got here by clicking this button. This morning, I knew I'd want to show that there was an eye infection plague. Wasn't quite sure what year it was. Thought it was 1921. Knew it was going to be conjunctivitis and red eye. Eventually, pink eye. But didn't figure it out. Clicked it. It came up with endophthalmitis on iWiki, and I went, what? The disease that helped put Colorado on the map. Sanatorium is what Colorado was, is the world's sanatorium. Doc Holliday went there whenever he needed more heroin. He's buried there in a town that is like 2 miles high or something. He's been coughing up loogies, lungers, tuberculosis, bad health, bad blood in the tubes, ended you up with the whitey death. Way to go. And then the white people and some people had to get lobotomied. It took a long time to clean us up and make us presentable, but here we are. But this is in Austin Bluffs. There's a university there today, right there at Austin Bluffs. I walked the top of those bluffs. And it wasn't cowboys that saved him. It was the sweet potato and sheep. Sheep farming saved it, and sweet potatoes. Oh no, stay away from the wolves and the sheep in Colorado. Montrose, that's my old hometown. I moved from Palisade once I got broke. Otherwise, they don't have too much history. In 1894, they first attempted to bring 75,000, had driven 30,000 out. Sheep herders history reveals itself in Texas. I've seen bighorn sheep. I've seen mountain goats. It's weird. It's hard to tell.
Spanish explorers first brought sheep to the Colorado Plateau in the 1500s, and sheep grazing in the West has been a historic and important land use since the mid to late 1800s. Sheep grazing has been in existence long before the establishment of the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of Interior's Bureau of Land Management. Many Western range sheep operations have been in the same family for several generations, and were often started by family members that immigrated to the United States to homestead or to herd sheep. These family ranchers have oftentimes worked as sheep herders themselves and still work alongside their herders throughout the year to complete many labor-intensive chores such as shearing, lambing, trailing, and shipping.
My granddad came here in 1928, and when my dad was 10 years old, so we've been on this ranch, and I've got a grandson.
Right. See, so doesn't that make sense? They were still giving the land away practically. If you work it for 5 years, you own it. You could squat it. They were the biggest landowners in Las Vegas knew about the rules first. The movie with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman about the Oklahoma land rush and how it was cheated and he ended up limping and got his leg cut off. That's all true because they kept cheating and they were called Sooners and they were proud of it. They named their college football team the Oklahoma Sooners because they all got there early and said, no, this is ours. We own this. Here's the papers. F you. And then they killed all the cattle. I mean, they killed all the buffalo. You know why they killed the buffalo? Well, they brought in the sheep because they would work with the buffalo. And everybody was happy they were eating. The natives, everybody's happy. But they're saying, hey, we don't want to feed the natives, so let's kill the buffalo. And patent office. They had to kill the buffalo. And so you could patent certain breeds. They were around for plowing and whatnot. They had their place in the system. This much we know. They were a magical thing. They find out people like regular grass-fed beef. It says the early history portion of this is incorrect. The first documented of cattle to what is now the United States was by Ponce de Leon in his second voyage, The Florida Cowman, by Joe Ackerman. Expensive book because it's probably lacking a second printing. There is a second printing but they still very rare. Looks like people are just collecting it not to tell us what's in it, but how happy they are to have a collectible book. Okay, I remember there's Holsteins. The Holstein cow was a Saxon cow. Breed. Frisian cattle. Everybody had to have them because they were patented. I'll bet you had to buy them from certain people. They had a jump start, dairy and meat. Today, the breed is used for milk and meat in South. After 1945, it became increasingly confined to certain regions during development and infrastructure. Today, 80% of dairy crossbreeding them all the way up. Is there really a Friesland island? Zuiderzee, we've just heard about. Bruges Z, and now we're seeing the suffix Z everywhere we turn around. After World War II, that's where we want to see real change that we can count on. I was born in 58 and I know what I remember. My dad told me a lot because he was a busy guy. They've got a pure Holstein society started in 1946. Very strict definitions and classes. Black and white introduced right before, in the Julian calendar, Satan is loosed. First records of imports, it says 100 years later, consisting of 6 cows. It says these were sent in 1795. Is that 100 years later than that? That's 131 years later. But the Holland Land Company probably worked for one of those, like the tea companies, the big tea companies, the plantations that, like the Rhode Island plantation, that was a corporation that now is a state because they didn't know what to do with it. Remember, the Longhorn were a big deal, man. Longhorns. Since 1493, beginning about 1519, longhorns were around. They're saying 4 million to 6 million wild longhorn, like the buffalo maybe. They just didn't want to eat them, I guess. These says these in 1834 there's about only 364,000 head of horned cattle. Well, let's just look at it this way. I'm going to show you where the people that made all the money by killing the buffalo lived. Let's just get there slowly. Let's see what Cattleman Rowe brings up. Seth Ward's the first name we run around in Laramie. A priest, right? An Anglican priest. That sounds awful. Roman Catholic, whatever-esque to me. He was a prebendary, a member of the Roman Catholic or Anglican Church. It's a form of canon roll. Well, yeah, I'll work with you because you guys are so close. And of Winchester Castle. Say no more. Probably a different Seth Ward cattleman. Big story, drove 600 head from Texas. That's a long drive. It would soon come thought it'd be a state, so it'd be worth 1,500 miles, maybe 20 miles a day, maybe. Cooking every day, bringing you enough food, counting on clean water. Beef bubble, 1885, the beef bubble, as historian and writer Helena Huntington Smith called it, had popped. People just didn't know it yet. They didn't know it yet. But in the early days, such astounding profits were possible, especially in the Wyoming territory. They were using killing the buffalo. Now we need cattle. Beef is good. What's for dinner? It's beef. And then these Swan brothers, you know, they arrived bringing frozen food later. Anything but buffalo. But buffalo, they're still around, but, you know, they not like cattle. This ought to be good. Hopefully it's good. This is where they made the money off Casper. How do you get this to go away? Are you kidding me? You guys, after I did that disabling, how wrong. Cattlewomen.org. Okay, they went in on the action. You know it. We raise cattle too. Doggone it. Look at us. We can do it too. So they had to quick throw up the telephone wires in 1907. There was going to be a beef bubble, but until then, people needed to feed armies. And then they started using humans as food because of transubstantiation. It gets their mind thinking that if you turn it into a real body, it heals. Then they think, well, bodies heal. I'm going to eat a body. And then they find out they feel better if they get adrenochrome. So they do it. Figure it out. But when you get endophthalitis, loss of vision, it affects the eyes, and the earth is God's eyeball. He wants us to be the apple of his eyes. He's sending us all kinds of message. But they're giving us this and telling you, oh no, you're empathic women. You're just a woman. You're not really in pain. Then you go, no, I really am in pain. They go, no, you just are feeling the pain. They can make you do that. That's because that's what these are. When you get these bacterias and things like that, that they studied to get these and find out about them. And then all of the long-term encephalitis, mosquito-borne, long-term immunodeficient, that people thought it was so bad it couldn't be true. But it was true.
And thank you. We have a question right here.
Yes, how has the national debt personally affected each of your lives? And if it hasn't, how can you honestly find a cure for the economic problems of the common people if you have no experience in what's ailing them?
May I answer?
Well, Mr.
Who do you want to start with?
Of course.
Who-
My question is for each of you,
Yes.
so.
It caused me to disrupt my private life and my business to get involved in this activity. That's how much I care about it. And believe me, if you knew my family and if you knew the private life I have, you would agree in a minute that that's a whole lot more fun than getting involved in politics. But I have lived the American dream. I came from a very modest background. Nobody's been luckier than I've been. All the way across the spectrum.
Now, what Ross Perot, Bernie Sanders, Ron Paul, those people do is they help get metadata on the people that, okay, we pushed it too far. These people will leave if we do this. It's an experiment. You're a part of whatever you joined is a part of whatever the chemtrails, the flicker rate, and the propaganda and your IQ and your level of what God has brought you to is where you're at. And if God has changed your heart, you have eyes to see that I'm telling you absolutely nothing but the truth.
And the greatest riches of all are my wife and children. It's true of any family. But I want all the children, I want these young people up here to be able to start with nothing but an idea like I did and build a business. But they've got to have a strong basic economy. And if you're in debt, it's like having a ball and chain around you. I just figured, as lucky as I've been, I owe it to them. And I owe it to the future generations. And on a very personal basis, I owe it to my children and grandchildren.
Well, I think the national debt affects everybody. Obviously, it has a lot to do with interest rates. It has.
She's saying you personally.
On a personal basis, how has it affected you?
Has it affected you personally?
Well, I'm sure it has. I love my grandchildren. I want to think that they're going to be able to afford an education. I think that that's an important part of being a parent. Maybe I won't get it wrong. Are you suggesting that if somebody has means, that the national debt doesn't affect them?
Well, what I'm saying,
I'm not sure I get it. Help me with the question and I'll try to answer it.
I've had friends that have been laid off from jobs.
Yeah.
I know people who cannot afford to pay the mortgage on their homes, their car payment. I have personal problems with the national debt. But how has it affected you? And if you have no experience in it, how can you help us if you don't know what we're feeling?
I think she means more the recession, the economic problems today the country faces, rather than the
you ought to be in the White House for a day and hear what I hear and see what I see and read the mail I read and touch the people that I touch from time to time. I was in the Lomax AME church. It's a black church just outside of Washington, D.C.
It's the African Episcopal Methodist, so they could cover them all, and it's a black Prince Hall Masonic Lodge of Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson types to help the true black Christians, of which there are many, march down the same blindfolded primrose path to fake justice.
And I read in the bulletin about teenage pregnancies, about the difficulty that families are having to make ends meet. I talked to parents. I mean, you got to care. Everybody cares if people aren't doing well. But I don't think it's fair to say you haven't had cancer, therefore you don't know what it's like. I don't think it's fair to say, whatever it is, if you haven't been hit by it personally, but everybody's affected by the debt because of the tremendous interest that goes into paying on that debt. Everything's more expensive. Everything comes out of your pocket and my pocket. So
could you imagine if he knew how things were expensive for you right now?
It's that, but I think in terms of the recession, of course you feel it when you're president of the United States. That's why I'm trying to do something about it by stimulating the export, investing more, better education systems. Thank you. Glad to clarify.
Tell me how it's affected you again. You know people who lost their jobs and lost their homes. Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years. I'll tell you how it's affected me. Every year, Congress and the president sign laws that make us do more things. It gives us less money to do it with. I see people in my state, middle-class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts. I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years when, in my state, when people lose their jobs, it's a good.
And of course, remember, he is a proven adrenochrome drinker by now. He is sending out sergeants on his police force to give tickets to women and then tell them if they come back and please him with oral sex, they don't have to have a ticket. They were just kidding. And it worked. And he was doing this and more, swindling everybody, running drugs for the Dixie Mafia, Irish Mafia, because we're run by the mafia and the oil people. Everything that you've heard from all three candidates was a lie. And he's about to get heckled and he goes, no, I feel your pain. And that's a symptom of all people who have weak immune systems. You can be emotionally attached enough if you are in one spirit with them where two or three are gathered. But what they're talking about, being able to relate to emotional baggage, it actually is teaching you to empathize and feel the pain. And it started with the mosquitoes and that encephalitis.
Chance I'll know them by their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it.
No, you
when
don't.
The businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America.
Lying.
People that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance. What I want you to understand is the national debt is not the only cause of that. It is because America has not invested in its people. It is because we have not grown. It is because we've had 12 years of trickle-down economics. We've gone from first to 12th in the world in wages. We've had 4 years where we produced no private sector jobs. Most people are working harder for less money than they were making 10 years ago. It is because we are in the grip of a failed economic theory. And this decision you're about to make.
You see, they came, it was really, and they talked it bad. It works. How did it happen? We didn't know what was going on. Bush lied about having to raise taxes. This whole economy turned on to the Clintons going, it's the economy, stupid. That was the key to everything. 91, this had to be. And then by here comes Ruby Ridge, Waco. As soon as this adrenochrome loving, sex addicted pawn being held blackmail for whatever he did in Russia when he was a Rhodes Scholar with Hillary, they set you up. You're not going to make it. You're not going to remember it. This is a mafia boy, and he's played it out till today. My whole life. Please stop voting.
Better be about what kind of economic theory you want. Not just people saying, I want to go fix it, but what are we going to do? What I think we have to do is invest in American jobs, American education, control American healthcare costs, and bring the American people together again.
Thank you, Governor Clinton. We are a little more than halfway through the.
Well, I didn't hear him go with the I feel your pain moment.
Meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America, people that have lost their job.
Sound economy is the only way to get it going. Growth in the
parole plan, the Clinton, we have different ideas. I am convinced, having studied healthcare for the ones that can hit us. We've got agreements, but they're still there. I'm a stat. There's too much change in the world. So what should we do? Let me reel some things off real quick because you said you wanted specifics. Number one, under my program, we would provide matching funds to states to teach everybody with a job to read in the next 5 years and give everybody with a job.
You know how you get rid of it? You just laugh it off. You make it funny. You know, these things were happening.
You never get used to it.
In psychology today, when they were talking about hyperalgesia, olfactory cues from their bedding induced it in a group of rats that had been physically separated. What was it? Well, it's that noxious stimulus. All three ended up displaying pronounced hyperalgesia. You know, you're going to have to know, because the study reinforced the conclusions. You got to know what this is, right? I feel your pain, possibly literally. New research indicates that physical pain may be socially transferable. In 1992, presidential candidate Bill Clinton famously told an activist who was heckling him at a rally, "I feel your pain." And the statement quickly entered the popular vernacular as a cliched expression of sympathy. Most of us have at one time or another found ourselves telling someone who is complaining to us about something like that. Bill Clinton, he felt his or her pain. It was so sad. Whether our offer of sympathy is intended to be taken sincerely or ironically, however, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Certainly, we don't mean it that I actually feel like when you got punched, I got punched. Because it goes on to say, no matter how empathetic we may like to imagine our image, we cannot actually feel someone else's physical pain, or can we? A recent study at the Oregon Science University, the Health and Science University, suggested you may be able to feel someone's pain. Now, whether you get the whole punch, I don't know. It says a recent study at Oregon. In the Oregon study, one group of mice was subjected to a very painful stimuli, inflammation from a local injection of a noxious substance, and withdrawal from opiates and alcohol. Others in the cage, in a room where they would be considered unclean mice, but they were not given the pain-inducing stimuli, the noxious substance. They were housed at different degrees, for probably degrees of proximity to the noxious-induced stimuli provided primary mice, in order to test whether or not the noxious substance that was going to cause the pain would be transferred to the other non-tortured mice. All of the mice were housed in open cages, but while one group of witnesses to another mice being in an open cage given a noxious, painful substance, they're going to see if it does it matter how close you are. As expected, the mice that had been subjected to the painful, noxious stimuli soon developed hyperalgesia. I probably have that next. There it is. We're good to go. Interestingly, the bystander mice hosted and watched the torture, which is why you don't eat strangled meat. And you don't eat it offered to idols. You don't kill an animal in front of another animal and then eat it. They have feelings too. As a matter of fact, they have the same pneuma that you say you get your feelings from. Any animal that was ever offered to the Lord would have been alone, probably feeling like it's another day. I'm being petted, I'm being loved, and then it's being offered to the Lord in a very specific way. Now, that is interesting that the bystander mice in the same room with the painfully injected, with the hyperalgesic mice, exhibited a similar heightened sensitivity to pain, even without any direct exposure to the noxious stimuli. As expected, the mice that had been subjected to the noxious stimuli soon developed hyperalgesia, or measurable increase in sensitivity to pain. Interestingly, the bystander mice housed in the same room with the pain-induced hyperalgesia mice, here in a different ending there, measured sensitive to pain. The bystander mice developed hyperalgesic mice were in the same room, exhibited similar heightened sensitivity to pain, even without any direct exposure to noxious stimuli. The bystander mice actually felt the pain because they had been, by their chemtrails, their propaganda and fluoride, ready to be unleashed on the world at the level of, you're the orphan trained family boy's baby. Whatever comes out, comes out. They're ready for anything. You made it. Not surprisingly, the mice housed in the separate room, cut off from the visual and auditory cues of them screaming in pain and the pain that caused the other ones listening to the torture, they did not show any signs of hyperalgesia. But when a small amount of bedding, of hay, like unclean clothes from a room where someone died, or say a woman with a menstrual rag took a corner of it and brought it in somewhere, but in this case, they brought hay, small amount of bedding from the cages of the hyperalgesic mice was placed in the cages of the mice housed in the separate rooms. However, those mice too, that means also with the extra O, began to exhibit the same disease we'll be studying more about later, hyperalgesia. In the absence of anything except the unclean material, they did not see it, they did not hear it. Olfactory cues from their bedding induced the same disease, much as I used to mock this has to be a case of what is that called when you take those medicines and you know from tinctures and you just keep taking it. You never emptied the bottle, you put it back in. You cut it and you use it. Even if it's good, it's bad, it's good. People are taking belladonna, a little bit of it. I'm just drawing a blank right now. But the study reinforced conclusions from other studies that did the same thing on torture, but it covered new ground because now they realized that the Bible's true and things can be unclean just by being around that. And no wonder you don't have to say anything or They don't have to act bad around you, but bad friends corrupt good morals. I've heard it said more than one time. The next time you say to a suffering friend of yours that you feel his or her pain, do so with that confidence in the Lord, that because he suffered because of temptation, we suffer now. Given the findings of this most recent study, it might be more technically accurate to say that you smell someone's pain, but however you express it, Alan Paco Flat Earth is going to stick with smell. You might have seen 4 hours ago when we were doing and previewing other things still here. We went on to cover a lot. Bible verses. Roller dams. Where is the Well, here's what I hope brings up something really cool, because that's what I want to show you. Olfactory. That there. I'm looking for. Look for these in your rocks and glass and gemstones. These will be gemstones with these little fuzzes on the edge you just can't get rid of. You think it's glass, but what's going on? Well, now you know. And here is gemstone, red garnet. These usually, very easy to find these parts of the muscles. This just looks like a little disc stone. There's lots of eardrums out there, tympanic discs. These are what I did the trilobite. They usually are like the eyes where they cross over. They carve these into eyes because it's where the brain goes down. This is where all the action is happening, and you can find it in the rocks. It turns to gold. They're messing with it to make you feel more pain, getting ready for it to go on right now. Sinuses are these places that you find and in the sinuses in your head, in the corpus callosum, just like your body corpus. You can find rocks with all the curves and crystals. I showed you breakpoints, the way things come off. Imagine this dirty. You'd think it was a rock that had a hole in it. Big deal. And there's a different color. So what? There's a little crack in this one, but it's, it's kind of, it's still held together. What's the big deal? Who cares? It could be petrified wood, even if there's not tree rings. Dendrochronology's a hoax. You're on fire in your brain. This is what they call the colossus, your corpus colossus. White matter, blue, looks like the Chicago Bears symbol more than ever. This is where the fire's happening. There is on top of this, a radiator of blood. A radiator of blood called here's the radiator of blood that circles it. This keeps your brain cool and gets all that signals out to your brain. Imagine this sitting over your brain, man, going like, we got to get you all figured out and keep it cool. Oh, Maybelline, why can't you be true? Oh, Maybelline, why can't you be true? You're going to go back doing the things you used to do. And then Maybelline was trying to get away. And then she had an old Buick and he had a Lincoln or something. It wasn't the one that was driving him to drinking, but he was catching up to her, but he was going too fast. It was overheating. And when he's climbing the hill, she had to slow down. It started to rain with the rain splashing up under the grill. He caught Maybelline at the top of the hill and asked her, why can't you be true? It's just in us all. But the laws of physics are what works when they're presented correctly, not made up with things like dark matter, black holes, nuclear weapons, even fission, even the idea that Schrodinger's cat could be true. especially if it relies on something as stupid as Einstein saying he's changing his 40-year-old belief in the ether because he has a gun to his head. It's a radiator. And it is a model too of the fourth ventricle and what they call the trilobite. Where'd it go? How does it work? Is it there for you? It's everything I show you, everything I teach you. Look at even this part, you know. These are in there. There's no label on it. Just a gap that they don't tell you what it is. Never heard of the Council of the Three Fires. Very interesting years tying into the Mohammedan times and how much I'm getting to doubt that Muhammad, even the whole story existed, and that Muhammad was another word for Jesus Christ is God in the flesh, but he is not a Trinity. It turns out there's been people studying the Quran as a book of an Aryan Aramaic. It's not Aryan, not the Atlantis group. That we're not your people. We're not the white power people. That's somewhere else. We're not we say, we're not like, oh, Native Americans are saved. No. All these people, if they're lost tribes, they're lost spiritually. And everything they did proved it. Everything they still do, if they want to hang with that and be, like, oh, no, we're good with our kachinas, you're going to hell. I can't put it any more clearly. You're still spiritually a lost tribe. You never were descendants of Nephilim. Here's how many treaties we broke. I don't know. Maybe the United States did all the breaking. But these ones with the French, maybe those were those they kept because they were with the Catholics, and they usually go, oh, no, we make ours with the mafia. They're lifelong. But you can lie and say you're making them with others. These are copper plates found in the United States, claimed to be a hoax, but it would be impossible based on where they found them. They're gods. They're made of copper. I'm not sure of their background. They were from mining copper. They call these Anishinaabe first descendants. There's a body part. Sure not like the crappy ground they're digging out of the, to make metal with today while they struggle to get off oil because they can't stand the United States anymore, and we just don't want to admit it. Other people don't want to admit these are body parts. Even Christians are going like, I don't know, these holes and stuff, that could just be the way that exploded in the Big Bang. Or a volcano had it evolved that way. I know. Yeah. I've never heard that one before. Gee whiz. Wow. First time I ever heard that. This is from Arkansas. This is Egypt. We live in it. Tecumseh, probably. Peace medals of the white man. Now here's the Palisade. I was telling you earlier, there's a lot of places I wanted to go and look at, and they were close to Palisade too, and close to up here where when they pumped this water up. You know, they got off the thing here and came up here. Oh no, I got disconnected. You know, this is a, you know, wherever you see this line, that's about 100-foot, 200-foot climb, and it's straight down. There's a road here. Down here is a little, you know, road to get up here. But once you get up on the plateau by this house, you know, this person bought this land. He's all alone on this plateau, and this is a fence. This is owned by like the city or something. You can come over here and look, because there's this road that they bring it to, you can come over here because the city's got to come to this, you know, 4G tower. It's no good either. This is marked on the ground. I used to always wonder, what is this road in the middle of the high desert there in Palisade? And it's built, you know, this house, this is its above ground swimming pool, I believe. You know, it's built around something. Did they do that, or is this their yard? Now the end of the, where the road is, seems to be the end of a corner also. This is the path people and the deer and the, you know, would make. But that's distinct. They walk around a corner. Another mountain, another house subdivision, all privacy. All these guys will, you know, lot of people up here. Shoot first, ask questions later, man. A lot of weird stuff up here. Never got to figure out what it was. But when you go to Indiana or Ohio, wherever the mounds are, Bratton. Did anybody see it yet? Here's Bratton. Now I've been here. That's it? They're going to give us just this view, huh? This is it right here. Where's the tower that you view it from? Well, here's the parking. Now, here's the mound I wanted to show you. You see this mound? They date that at like 2,000 years older than Serpent Mound. There's Serpent Mound right there. I knew that wasn't it. Yeah, here it is. Here's the tower that I stood on to look at it. They got a hole cut in it right here to make this path through it. Humans did that. How long ago was it? How long does it take a tree to grow on it since the first time they declared it a park and said, now we're done? However old those trees are, that's how long ago Satan was loosed or something happened. There's a reason all the trees are the same size. There's a reason that this mouth is opening, eating a Ouroboros and looking. This is a cliff right here. It comes out right here. You can stand right here. That's the point of a cliff. And it goes out to this field where there's supposed to be a big pentagon or hexagon. Hopewell people make very cool stuff. So right off, we'll be looking for Hopewell Mound Group. That looks weird. So this is a Hopewell burial mound. See that little cone of thing that they're saying it isn't a Hopewell, or they're saying is a Hopewell, but it didn't have anything to do with the Serpent Mound because, how could it? There's 2,000 years between them. Well, maybe not. Maybe these Hopewell mounds in Iowa, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana are the same with them. And these people didn't care. They were probably had no idea. They're test tube babies. But that was one of my biggest takeaways, is that I'm there to see Serpent Mound, and right there, they're saying, no, that's from the tower. All right. I want you to see that one Hopewell layout. I don't want to see and you know, of course, the mound is laid out, you know, to the equinox and all of that. Adena Hopewell Mound in the whole Ohio. Here we're getting closer now. Here it is, Newark. So the Mound City Earthwork and Burial Complex in Chillicothe, Ohio. It's what they look like. It's what's buried there. Skeleton rested on a bed of mica tablets. You know that as a metal-like substance, but when you peel it off with your thumb, you can peel it into really thin slices. Here's some of their art pipes for smoking herb. Only been partially Serpent Mound confirmed in 2015, it said that Isabella Wasson's original drawing of the Serpent Mound in Thatcher Woods was only from the 1930s. And it's given credit to the locals was the Winnebago. This drawing was only from 1932, and it's the oldest known. The original drawing? Like the mound in Ohio, the large fire pit was found within the egg. Hodnap pointed out the serpent predates the Potawatomi. So there is a serpent mound somewhere besides that Bitten Wood in Ohio.
Everybody, video here for you. Now, the last time I talked to Ancient History, I said I was working on videos from the UK and Egypt, and I still am, but perfectly honest, I have not thought about ancient history since I uploaded my last video about 5 days ago. Sometimes life just gets in the way of life. That's not a bad thing, but today we're going to talk some more ancient America just because it's fresh on my mind. I can get this video done tonight. I just want to say I had a great night last night. I was down on the strip in my yellow mask there. I saw Dendel sing for the first time live in quite a while, so that was nice. But sticking to the ancient America theme here, let's go down to Chicago today. This is called Thatcher Woods right down here on the west side of town. This is Thatcher Woods down here. What was discovered in these woods about 90 years ago, I think is pretty fascinating. Sticks with my theme of Serpent Mound. I did that video 2 videos ago. Let's just talk about what was found in here in the 1930s. Through my Ancient America series, I've introduced you to a lot of people who were kind of integral a long time ago. I'm kind of keeping this history alive in Ancient America, discovering things. This is Isabel Bassett Wasson. She was one of the first female petroleum geologists in the United States and the first female ranger at Yellowstone National Park. She graduated from the University of Chicago, and her interests included archaeology. She discovered a Native American religious mound in Thatcher Woods near her house in River Forest in the 1930s. An article about her discovery called "The One Who Started the Environmental Education Movement in America Back in the 1920s and 30s." So she was pretty important in trying to preserve or get this history out there. That's the way it appears to me. Here's a story that came out in January of 2015, Chicago, Illinois, Serpent Mound, confirmed by anthropologists. And here's a drawing by Isabel Wasson done in the 1930s here. She notes a fire pit in the eye, but this is the same symbolism as Serpent Mound in Ohio, the famous one. A snake or serpent with his jaws around an oval. Some people say this is an egg. But what does this actually represent? I think that's a big question. We know Serpent Mound faces the solstice. What does this figure represent? The way they have it laid out on the ground? That's a good question. This isn't the first time I talked about Chicago. This is a video I did about 2 years ago. There was some mounds and animal effigies, I believe a lizard effigy and a few other things, right in an area that's just filled with modern development here. I will leave a link for this video in the description and at the end of the video here, but here are some lost mounds, but people diagrammed a long time ago, but Chicago's like a lot of other cities in this part of the country. Mounds removed a long time ago and totally forgotten about. Getting back to the Serpent Mound in Thatcher Woods here, it says, according to Jim Hodnett, one of the founders of the Thatcher Woods Restoration Project, the Serpent Mound is about 800 years old. Like the mound in Ohio, a large fire pit was found within the egg. And what does that represent? That's pretty important. Fire and smoke have certain symbolic meanings to different cultures, that is for sure. That is a little confusing because here on Isabel Wasson's diagram, the fire pit is within the eye. But I believe the fire pit at Serpent Mound, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is right in the middle of the egg. Maybe somebody who has visited there can correct me on that if I'm mistaken something. It says, according to Hodnett, the serpent is going to be restored using Wasson's original map 1930s that you're seeing here, and I believe I have seen a few articles about a reproduction in a park down there somewhere. Has anybody visited? I'm curious. Now, what does this represent with the open mouth of the snake and the egg in the mouth? If you want to call it that, well, that's a big question. This is symbolism that isn't just at Serpent Mound in a few places, it's in many places. That had to represent something very important. The snake represented certain things, the certain culture.
It certainly doesn't seem to have any of the telltale signature marks of a solstice or, things like that. But the other, things were evolving them. Remember, all the nations had their language confused. I feel like I've been yapping a long time. 5 hours. Wow. 63 comments. Hey, all right, man. You guys, peace and love. I know it. I appreciate it. We're still going on tonight. We still got some things to cover. Paco's wearing out now. You know, I just was listening to that in the other room. I've been doing some exercising. I'm trying to get more and more. I want to focus more on getting fit because I think something's going down. So I'd just be studying tonight anyway because, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, it's where things are going. And I've got I got a whole bag of mushrooms. I have actually never had so many mushrooms in my life. I've had, you know, vials with, you know, this is 100 hits of LSD, you know, and stuff like that. It's like, good. Couple weeks. But, you know, I don't want to just sit around being like a freak show like Alan's doing. You know, for me, it's part of being alive, and I like it. And I like the fact that I've only done Amanita muscaria, also known as the fly agaric, a couple of times before I did this. And I really was talking about wanting it to do again. And the next thing you know, it's the only mushroom that, you know, when it's heated up, its elements turns into muscimol. And it's legal in every state. I mean, if the cops pull you over, you're driving a Volkswagen Beetle painted like a mushroom and red and white dots all over it. And they pull out 50 pounds of mushrooms in the truck, and you start trying to tell them Earth is an eyeball, they've got to listen. You're not breaking the law. I guess they could throw the book at you for unsafer conditions, you know, but they're not going to be able to put you in jail big time. At least not for, well, who cares? They're the bad guys. Seen my daughter run around the whole outside of this after we had climbed this pyramid. They found him too.
What's up with him? And it does say that Uboker, Makne, Kabod, not. And what that means is, first off, the Uboker cattle, and Boker Makne. So most of the Makne is really interesting because it is possessions, but it does seem to infer living possessions. All animals? I don't know. Okay, but it does specify mostly cattle, makne. So that had a ton of cattle, these people. They had a lot of cattle when they went into Mitzrayim. Kabod, heavy. Whenever you see kabod, this is the word that is always translated as glory. We see the glory, you see it in the English translations, the glory of the Lord. No, it's kabod Yahweh. Kabod means weight. Heaviness. It's like what Habakkuk felt when the presence of Yahweh entered the room he was in. It felt heavy. Kabod. It says Makne Kabod Mad. Mad is simply a way of So it's an adjective, an extreme amount. So there were many others besides them. Now, I did the numbers in the patriarchs, their livestock, and the land as far as how many people that were just genetic offspring of Jacob, Yishra. And it put us within a couple of million. Now, you remember, Abram had this very large company with him when he came to Canaan. Did some stay back in Canaan during that last famine that brought Jacob and all his sons down to Bashan? Maybe. But I think a lot of these people that were with them came with them into Mitzrayim. Maybe a number of them blended in, stayed in Mitzrayim, but a number of them came out with them. Tons of cattle. So you've got to figure. You can do like some quick, easy calculations and figure what should their footprint be. Okay, so keeping that in mind, I opened up the Mitzrayim and Canaan growth charts that I needed to make for the patriarchs, their livestock, and the land. And between how many total people we would have just of Jacob's immediate blood family coming out of Mitzrayim at this time, and given each one of them for personal body space, 32 square feet is nothing to ask for personal body space. You can jam cattle together if you have to while you're moving them. As you graze them, no, they really need to spread out, or else they're going to be eating each other's feces. You can't have that. But with people, we'll say about 32 square feet. So you figure that is about the size of a sheet of plywood that each person would get, just basically, as personal body space. Now, with this figure here, you remember from the patriarchs, the livestock, and the land, I kept this figure down so low. I was given the Middle East and Palestine and Egypt, the surrounding areas. I was given them every possible advantage, and they failed. But right here, I've got this figure of a couple million. And remember, we just read in Exodus 12 that a big mixed multitude with a whole lot of kavod mad, the boker makne. So cattle makne, specifying the kind of living possessions. A lot. Now, if it says kavod mad, that means a lot. Now, remember, in the Canaan growth chart, and these numbers are really small, but way down there we see that just in their time at the end of Canaan, and we don't know how many of the people that were with them, you could call them servants if you want. I mean, there were so many of them, essentially they had jobs, they were well taken care of. This was a large group of people, a very large group of people, even from the start. And at the end there, we figured by their numbers and their growth rate, how many square miles of grazing land we would need by the month. And it was right around 900 square miles. Now, if you want to go with just number of cattle, we do have, let's see, required livestock in pounds. Now I have on here about 290 million. So let's see, 290 million. And we're just going to round it off to that. So do that. And we'll really pack these cattle together. We won't even give them 32. We won't even give them 32 square feet. We'll give them less.
Give them 29.
Half that, which is pathetic. It really is. Gotta give them half. We'll say times 16. Okay. 4,640 million. Okay. 4,640 million. Make sure I get that in correctly. Okay. Let me try this again. Just worked for me. It's a lot. Oh, they're looking for donations. Crying out loud. Hang on. And they have a ton of cattle, and they got a lot of people with them. So what are we supposed to do with that? Are we supposed to be so friendly? Are we supposed to be so friendly and bow to all of these ideas of a Middle East landscape? You know, so much that we just have to check our brains at the door. I mean, you know, I can do some compromises here, and I'm going to bring up Google Earth this time instead of Bing Maps, because it's really easy for me to draw these square mile parameters on Google Earth. So it's funny. That's funny. They make it look like a sphere. Okay, so let's get to the Middle East. And it's really interesting too, because a long time ago, before I knew anything about the sheer numbers, you know, and certain interesting specifics about the landscape and all, I really bought a lot of this nonsense about the people's movements and stuff. Real silly. I'm going to pick a circle so that I can pretty much control it. And I said, just with the cattle in sort of numbers that we looked at in time and Canaan, they did great, by the way, in Gashan. Nobody ever said that their cattle was taken away from them. They were just put to hard labor for a long time. And Peroa was basically committing genocide on the children, the male children in Israel too. But we still have a number coming out. We still have a huge mixed multitude of people coming out with them. And then we have all of these cattle, all right? Kabod, Mod, a lot of cattle. So when I gave them 16 square foot per cattle, and I only used the amount of cattle that we probably would have had at the end of the time of Canaan, I got 166 square miles that we would need for that many square feet per cattle. And we have a few square miles just for the descendants of Jacob Israel minus Louis or Levi, not considering the mixed multitude, which would need space themselves. So you got to give them, put all the people together, and you got to be fair and give them 4 or 5 square miles just then. Now the cattle, they're gonna have a lot of cattle. Now we can knock that down a lot if you want. And the thing is, we know that there was some kind of bird that was brought into the camp, right? So there's that, and we'll go by that situation later. There was manna that fell that was used as bread and everything. But does that mean they weren't eating meat? I'm going to say I don't think that's the case, but nothing but meat and milk all the time with no bread. I mean, even Abram, Yitzhak, and Yokub, and all the people that were with them, their companies, which I figured them for good, hearty meat eaters. However, I did figure a certain amount of meat that they would have to sell to buy things like bread, spices, maybe fruits and such. Because you can't have your diet absolutely, utterly meat and nothing else. So let me see if I can get, let's be really conservative, because I've been doing that from the start, you know? I'll give the Middle East the advantage again. Sure, why not? I'm a nice guy sometimes. So let's figure on at least 5 square miles just for the people's presence. The cattle, come on, man. 5 square miles. I mean, that's saying they left basically as paupers concerning the cattle, you know? Now here's where it would be if I actually calculated the number of square miles needed for cattle based on the numbers at the end of the time in Canone, and the size that the people would need. So that circle I just drew under the word South Sinai, okay, that would be their basic, oh my God, area in square miles. That would be their basic footprint right there. And see, the thing is, that circle that I just drew, that's fair. That's totally fair. Let me see if I can zoom in here a little bit. So there's this story based on the musings of folks like Ron Wyatt and his successors. That there's this place right here on the map, it's 360, saying that Israel came out here. And he's calling, and a lot of people want to say this is true, that it's actually the Gulf of Aqaba when it says Yom Soup, or it's translated Red Sea, because I mean they can't get anything straight. That they suspect they came out on this platform here. Right? Well, first off, we know that we can't get anywhere near that 170, 180 square miles, can we? Because what they'll say is that Pharaoh and his army came up this trail here, and that's why they were trapped here, because they couldn't go one way or another. Okay. Clear that circle. Now, given this land every advantage possible, and what? We're going to say that they left as paupers, which they didn't. They had lots of cattle and lots of mixed multitude. That's still people and cattle together requiring 10 square miles. So do you see this circle? This circle on that platform where guys like Ron Wyatt and his successors say that they would have came out and crossed on a bed of coral? Are you insane? The way wagons would have got stuck, ankles broken. You know, and if I give it a 10 square mile footprint, I'm telling you, man, I am still being way, 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 way more kind than I should be. I'm not being kind even. I'm being illogical and unreasonable, given the amount of people and the cattle they would have had. It's far more reasonable to figure them for a footprint. Now remember, now this is going to be towards the end of the Exodus, that when the king Belak takes this seer, Balaam, on top of this great high place, and they overlook this area that Israel's staying in. They said they just covered the whole land as far as they can see. Now, if you figure for low mountains or middle-sized mountains, they will figure like for, let's say, like a lot of mountains in California. California has a lot of sort of mid-height mountains. They have some low ones, some kind of high ones. And I've been up on a couple of mountains in Northern California. The distance you can see is insane. It's amazing. In some cases, depending on the rest of the land before you, maybe hundreds of miles. And he's seeing them, and he's saying they're covering the land between them and their cattle. There's honestly nothing wrong with this 100 square mile circle I just made right there. Nothing wrong with it at all. If you think there is, you need to go back and watch my video, The Patriarchs, Their Livestock, and the Land, to get an idea for why that's not even remotely out of line. So we've got to deal with a really large swath of land that they're covering. And I'm going to close Google Earth now because I can't keep that open. If I keep that open long enough, for some reason, it acts like that 3D paint and it just wants to stay open no matter what I want to do. So we have them being a very large company. They've got to come out of Mitzrayim. They've got to either cross the Shihur or go around it. And we don't know which it is. I would think if they had to cross the Shihur and that was kind of an ordeal, we would hear about it. We hear about pretty much all the details of what they had to do, where they are going. But one thing we know that they do, they start in Ramses and they go to Sukkot. And we need to understand a few things about Sukkot. Sorry, not Shechem, Sukkot. Sukkot. Shechem is different. Shechem is an area that we'll probably talk about, maybe a little bit, which I have touched on in other videos. That's where we're going to see Jerusalem or Jerusalem. That's where we're going to see an inheritance left to the sons of Yosef or Joseph. That's where we're going to see things like Mount Moriah, where Shalmei ends up eventually building the temple. We're going to see a difference between Moriah and Zion. We're going to see a very different landscape than anything that could come close to matching it in what they, in modern-day Palestine. Something I'm going to bring to your attention to. Remember, it's Mitzrayim would be by orientation south of Canaan. It would seem that way, but it's never said whether it's east or west. And with what they tell us is the orientation of things today over there in the Middle East. They say that Mitzrayim is Egypt. They say Canaan is Palestine. Well, in Genesis 50, the yoke of Jacob had just died. And his son Yosef, which is the second most powerful man in Mitzrayim, he asks leave of Pharaoh if he can go and bury his father. Now, it's really interesting how this all works. I'm going to read you a little bit. He ultimately ends up being buried in the cavern of this the Shaddai, which I don't think is wild country at all. They sometimes call it field, tame area of Machpelah, which Abraham he bought for possession of the burying place from Oprah the Hathi before Mamre. And we know from Genesis 23 that he bought that, and the place was near what became known as Habri, right? It's right. You can check. So it says here, starting in 50:10, they came to the threshing floor of a Todd. They try to make this a Todd into a person, but if you check a Todd, it's used in context as like a bush or a bramble. It's probably some kind of plant. If threshing floor is threshing floor, and if you check that in context, it looks like it's probably threshing floor.
The people who mysteriously, there's a guy called Muhammad, or the Prophet Muhammad who came, yeah, and his boys are coming saying, motherfuckers, we're going to chop you off. I don't want to swear, saying, hey, we're going to get them. And they're invading Vienna. And now they're mysteriously, there are millions of people are following them all over Europe. When did they go there? Now they're going to give you some fake history that isn't in the same way that we've got people, the Scandinavian type of people, or people from Poland, Polish blood, as far as Kashmir, Pakistan, and then Western China. That it can only seem to explain Polish blood and then German blood being in Afghanistan.
So in terms of the goddess, in terms of like chauvinism and the goddess, we view the Chechnya, you look at the videos,
every religion really has a paternal religion, but so many of these areas, we look at least what we're told about the history, is that they worship a lot, or Inuit, or these gods. For instance, Hathor, which H-U-K, like Hathor, is like the Hathor is the god, sky deity, and another sky consort of Horus, right? So many of these feminine archetypes. Is it? And also, I know in Arabic, if we use Sufi, Sophia, is there a feminine aspect?
Now the thing is, I mentioned Hathor in my book Confirmations. Yeah. Now the thing is, ancient Egypt is not ancient. It's from the Middle Ages, 14th, 15th, 16th century. Now the thing is, if you look at many of these Egyptian words and you compare them to Latin and the Egyptian rites of religion, mummification, Catholic mummification, then you will soon see it's the same civilization. Yes, Anatoly Fomenko pointed that out. I pointed that out in my book called The Matrix. Yeah.
So the Catholics, do they kill off a bunch of people and force that style of?
Right, the thing is, in the book Skulls and Bones, now the thing is, in the book Skulls and Bones, what I've done, I've given an example of 20 churches so that people can go and do the research themselves. Of 20 churches with underground dungeons, basements, thousands of skulls and bones. Now, when you see it, you're going to think, oh my God, this is a joke. They're in the basements of churches and people upstairs are praying. Skulls and bones. Now, the thing is, when you're saying, do I think that they wiped out the civilization? Let me just send you a few examples. Normally, the thing is, it's because I don't keep this stuff.
But also in terms of the femininity, I'm curious, like, because is it that they worship the feminine aspect, or that they're trying to push a goddess?
Okay. Now the thing is, now when people say something to do with worship, now why do people drink a drink like Red Bull? Why do they mix it with let's say vodka with Red Bull or things like that? Why do somebody do that?
Because it's there, or because they want energy.
Because the Red Bull gives the energy. Once you've drunk the red vodka, that you can dance away. And that's what most of my mates do. when they go clubbing, yeah, they say, hey, it's just the extra boost. Yeah. So now the thing is, what happened is, I will give you an example. Imagine if you're killing people and you're burning people and you're cooking them to cook their meat, and you're killing kids and saying that kids have got blood, and then that blood, because when a kid puts his hand or something, or he falls and hurts his knees, his skin recovers faster compared to somebody 60 or 70, because the blood is different in your hand. So now imagine if you and your mates and your friends are going out there and you're drinking blood every day and you're killing people. Now the thing is, imagine you're going weaker, because now you've got the people who mysteriously, there's a guy called Muhammad, or the Prophet Muhammad, who came, yeah, and his boys are coming saying, motherfuckers, we're going to stop people. I don't want to swear, saying, hey, we're going to get them. And they're invading Vienna. And now they're mysteriously, there are millions of people are following them all over Europe and Europe. And what are you going to do? You're going to hide their history? You're going to call them Gnostics, devil worshippers, this, that, dual gods, that have two gods. And then you're going to change history and you're going to say, they did these rituals, they had these female goddesses, everything. You're going to hide everything. This is what they did in history. Now, this is what my new book, Skulls and Bones, shows. And because I didn't save the pictures on my computer, unfortunately, I've had to send bad quality pictures. But unfortunately, it's bad, but because these are actual photographs for the book. And it's because I don't want to infringe copyright, what these people are like, because they don't want the message to get out there. Let me send you a few of these. Now, I'm sending you a few churches showing you what's in their basements. Now, when you see this, you're going to think, what the hell? In their basements, or some of them use it as decorations, but in most churches, it's in their basements.
Right. I've been to a number of churches in Europe that have skulls art and skeletons.
No, but I'm talking about millions.
Yeah. I mean, like a whole church built the entire front, cathedrals built of undead people. But underground, also there's the.
I'm talking about basements. Now, one thing is, for somebody to take these bones into the basement, why would you take them down? What are you doing? Are you eating the bones? Did you eat the people? Why did you keep bones? What the hell is going on? Now, the thing is, I'm sending you a few. Now, when you see this, now, because many people found these things in the last 50 years, what they've done is the Vatican, that controls these churches, has decorated the bones to put them a bit more neat. But actually, the bones are in a mess. Like piled up almost like you have somebody who's messy and dirty, and like a dog or a cat eating them through garbage, and then you just dump the bones. So that's how the bones were found. For example, in Stephen's Cathedral, in many places. Like there's just thousands of bones under the Cathedral of Vienna. And they were fighting about that. And they're saying the Muslims, the Russians, and everybody else invaded. Yeah? And then the King of Poland, Jan Sobieski, he came to save Europe from Muslim invasion. Go and look at all these churches in Poland, all these skulls and bones in basements. What the hell were these people doing? I sent you a few pictures. You found
It's
it?
terrifying, yeah. There's hundreds. It's just wall of skulls, just collaged in museums.
Well, those things, they put them as decorations in the 19th century. It's because in the 19th century, what happened is many people, as people found them, let's say if I go into my local church and don't find them, they say, oh, we didn't know that was here. There was no room to bury these bones. So then they'll just make it into a decoration. They've turned it into a decoration to hide it. So hide it. Or actually, when the bones were discovered, they were actually found as a mess. You know what I'm saying? Like when you see a dog going to a pile of garbage and see the things, bones and all the meat. Actually, I've sent you more than 10 pictures now. So this is the thing people are talking about, this energy. Now, the thing is, they decorated these places to actually hide it. And they're saying, no, people came here to pray. But now, for example, if they're going to say people came here to pray, for example, the Sympathetic Cathedral in Bohemia is known as the Church of Skulls. Now, the strange thing is, inside that place, there's 70,000 skulls and bones of 70,000 people's skulls and bones there. But we've got a problem. The population of that place in the year 1700 was only 2,000 people. How the hell can you have 70,000 bones from the 17th century with only 2,000 people in there? Have you received the pictures? I've looked through the pictures.
Right, yeah, it's crazy. Just all these bodies, just piles. Actually, this one that's the scariest is just, you're right, like in the basement, just piles of bones, like it's lumber. Just
Have a look at the pictures I've given you. Now, please take a look. I've sent you a few pictures.
Yeah, the
And then
wall,
you can see.
the wall of skulls, terrifying. Yeah, and these guys are supposed to save us. Interesting. And it is interesting, like the idea that these
messages.
Yeah.
I sent you many pictures.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, what people think is today they made them a bit neat. It's saying like you and me walking into a place, we found a mess. So actually, these bones were found in a mess. A mess. So saying like garbage. So now they put them a bit neater because you and me, we're going to complain. You and me, we're going to say, what the hell are they doing here? So then they say, no, people came to meditate here. They're lying. For example, there was a cathedral, I forgot which one, the ordinary US soldiers found it after World War II in Austria. But the thing is, they tried to keep it a secret. But so many local people came saying, what the fuck? What the hell is this? They went crazy saying, what are all these bones doing here? Yeah, and it's like at the time, when the bishops and priests, the US Army had to protect them. Yeah, and they were practically, people were saying, what the hell are these things doing here? It was a big outrage. So they wouldn't have reported it, but then in the end they reported it. The US Army found it. Yeah, they were looking for something, and it was behind a hidden basement of a church in Vienna. So I think that is actually St. Stephen's Cathedral, but I forgot which one. It's in my book. I forgot the top of my head. Yeah. So the thing is, we're not talking about a few. We're talking there's millions of bones like this underground in Europe, piled up skulls and bones. Millions. I'm not talking about a few. I'm talking about millions. You see?
Yeah.
Millions of bones. Have you actually received the pictures?
Yeah, I'm looking at them, yeah. I'm just going through all of them. And it's just walls of bones, just crazy. I've seen a lot of these in the past, and they said they agree. Well, China has bones, and everyone talks about the amount of people who died in the dark. They have all these excuses for this, but this is definitely.
Now the thing is, what they're trying to say is the Dark Ages. Now, in my book, I pointed out that actually these bones were gathered together in the 16th and 17th century, mysteriously at the same time as the so-called Muslim Turkish invasion of Vienna in 1683. And these people were doing this, and then you can check it, they can't hide this information because the Muslims kept records. Yeah, but nobody wants to read the Muslim records. Okay, we can go to the Smithsonian. Yeah, the Smithsonian, and they couldn't hide it. It's because there's too many records that ordinary people wrote. Yeah, that these people were killing people in the 16th, 17th century. And they were eating their meat, they were burning people in inquisitions, they were cooking them, they were eating them. That's what the inquisitions were about. But in history, they wrote down they were Gnostics, they were heretics. The truth is, it's like you and me, we want to have a meal, forget a chicken sandwich from KFC. Yeah, let's bring those men from over there, and we're going to cook them. Wow. That's what they were doing. Yeah. I just sent it you. I just sent you a new page. The kings of England. They've modified the names of these kings and popes. But the thing is, it's not. They were drinking blood. Have a look at it. It's in human remains for religious or medicine purposes. I could say Red Bull is like for a medicine purpose.
Wow.
It's not.
Yeah. It says, okay, I'm going to read it for everybody. It says, despite these insistent denials, the practice of eating human remains for religious or medicinal purposes was extremely prevalent in medieval and early modern European culture. It was studied by the Swiss physician
He's reading from Wikipedia. I did check it. It's there. It reads just like that. It was prevalent in Europe and the United States for too long of a time. Since Satan's been loosed, we've got to save the children, run away, and keep our eyes on them, not turn them over to pedophile priests.
Paracelsus.
Yeah. What they've done is they've added that bit on for you to think it's medicine. It's not medicine.
And other well-respected medical professionals, and used not only by the average gentryman, really used by the average gentryman who could afford medical care, but by kings such as Charles II of England.
Going there having a glass of blood. Come on.
Pope Innocent.
Call that medicine?
The ideology behind this practice was said to be influenced by the healing properties of the Eucharist. In fact, the general consensus seems to be that medicinal cannibalism was supported by the same ideas that support the Eucharist. The human flesh contained healing powers, and the most effective way to access those powers was by eating those which contain them. That's
what they mean by healing powers is that blood is alive. So they normally drank the blood when it's alive. But the thing is, they're just saying it's medicine. It's not medicine. You're eating people. You're having a pint of blood. You're eating someone's leg. Now, the thing is, let me show you the sources of these things. I'm sending you the sources, then you can check it. These are from even the so-called elites media can't deny it. I've sent you the Smithsonian, many other places, sources that you can check through it. So this is what these people were doing. And then you can have a look that it reached its height in the 16th and 17th century when the so-called mega big Turkish invasions happened.
Yeah, that's when all of Asia departed Paul, and they were called the synagogue of Satan for a reason. They wanted people to worship an ISIS-styled Greek trinity.
Happened in the 16th and 17th century.
And unfortunately, if you said no, they ate you.
Muslim invasions of Europe. Because Muslim records, you can go to Istanbul and other places, the Muslims have kept the traditions still. These people, the Vatican and its boys, they were going around in their inquisitions, they're burning people, they were eating them. They were eating them, they're just drinking the blood. That's what they were having as a drink. This is what they were doing. And then the people were coming, many people were so-called Protestants or Gnostics, came and said, we refuse to accept Christ as the Son of God. Or we refuse to accept this and that. And they're using it as an excuse. They're actually eating us. We are the food. And that's why when you think about a global agenda for 2030 for vaccines, that everybody should be protected against 20 diseases, on average 10 or 20 vaccines. They're purifying everybody's blood right now.
Right, they talk about vaccine is the Latin root vacus.
Purifying your blood. Same like an
vacus means cattle, so they're making us all cattle.
Yes, and the thing is, have a look. I've sent you the sources so that you can check out the Smithsonian and other things. Have a look. They're just eating these dead bodies, everything. Who did it? The royalty, the priest, scientists, whoever. All these people, it's like the average middle upper class. They're just eating people. They're eating people.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's stated as acceptable for the average gentryman, but not the way they say is it's not just the average gentryman, also for the royals. It's interesting, not just to say not just the royals, but average folk too would make more sense to me.
Yeah, the average person, 80% of the people were not free; they were peasants. You got to remember, like you had to live on the land and be their slaves, and then all you did was X. You grew bigger. And as it says there, young men were their favourites to eat, young women drinking their blood.
Charles II, it's amazing you think about the Libertine period.
And the thing is, this is not so long ago, the 17th century.
Yeah.
300 years ago. This is not about vampires. We're talking about this is what these people were doing until the Ottoman Turkish invasion, 1683. And the thing is, the Holy Roman Emperor, I've forgotten his name yet, he ran like a dog. They were eating people. And what have they got down in history? They were the saviors of Christianity. Saviors of what? Christianity. These people, they called it the Eucharist, they were actually drinking blood. And the thing is, nobody, you can even check it. And then if the Muslims speak up, the Smithsonian is a Muslim, or these records, that they even wrote it down, saying, hey, we had a pint of blood today, we killed a few of these villagers here. He was an agnostic, he was a Protestant. Yes.
Blood sausage is still very popular in Spain.
Yeah, and the thing is, then they switched to pork, because pork tastes like humans. Or pork was not widespread. If you check before the year 1900, they cannot give a proper story why Germany had hardly any pigs for consumption. Yeah. Yes, and what they will say is that mysteriously, we don't know from where, but the British Empire and the Dutch Empire were supplying Germany with pork for the common villagers, or the villagers didn't eat pork. Then they say that all these pigs, they died in so-called wars between Germany and France in the 1870s. But the French army never even entered German soil, or basically on German territory. So how could German pigs have died? It means that pig was not part of the diet. And that's why when you look at the people in photographs or videos from 100 years ago, they're not that big, they're not that fat. Yeah, and now people are growing overweight, it's becoming a joke because of what they're eating. But the thing is, as I've shown, these things are all in my book. The book Jesus Christ, it goes through more about Christianity, and Skulls and Bones will go through it more. So as you've noticed, my books have become, I hope they're amazing now.
They're absolutely amazing. I can't wait to read the Skull and Bones book. I appreciate.
I'll send you a few the books for the background of this Skull and Bones, because you won't be able to understand it without the background. Now the thing is, my books are easy. Anatomy Flamenco goes through this in a lot more depth. It goes through in much deeper things. But now, as you can see, with the history of the Balkans, because you are from there, Serbia, and the history of Croatia, St. Stephen, the so-called savior of Serbia, all this history is a lie. All this history, they made it up. Yes, they made it up to show the fake so-called Turkish invasion. Can you imagine going to Istanbul today, trying to raise an army and tell people, please come over to Germany to help the Germans? Vienna is the gateway. Get rid of these people. They're drinking people's blood. They're cooking us, man. They're cooking us, yo.
Right. And then it's interesting, the Soviet Union made these posters to tell people not to eat children. There was a big line to eat your children.
And now in the modern world, many people don't have a look. For example, Bulgaria. Now, if you look at European Union records, after Bulgaria entered the European Union, they have records for 900,000 of Serbia, and the history of Croatia, St. Stephen, the so-called savior of Serbia. All this history is a lie. All this history fits up to show the fake so-called Turkish invasion. Can you imagine going to Istanbul today trying to raise an army and tell people, please come over to Germany to help the Germans? Vienna is the gateway. Get rid of these people. They're drinking people's blood. They're cooking us, man. They're cooking us, yo.
Right. And then, it's interesting, the Soviet Union made these posters to tell people not to eat children, and it was wrong to eat your children.
And now in the modern world, what? Many people don't have a look. For example, Bulgaria. Now, if you look at European Union records, after Bulgaria entered the European Union, they have records for 900,000 or around 1 million people from Bulgaria came to Europe. But Bulgaria has got a record that minimum 15% of its population has left the country. Minimum. And if you go there yourself, you'll notice that probably more than 15% of the country is left because they've entered the EU that they can go and work there. There's millions of people that are disappearing all the time, so from so-called migrants, from war zones, that nobody seems to know where they've gone. I spoke to somebody in Tunisia several months ago. Their brother went to Europe, these so-called migrants, and disappeared. And they think their brother's working and happy. These stories are common. Millions of people are disappearing, which just doesn't make sense. Even 20, 30 years ago, in America, they said 38% of children that went missing and never came back. They never found them. Now they say over 80% are found. And so the thing is, the data doesn't even make sense. But we're talking about thousands of people are disappearing in so-called border migrations. And then Europe's population, mysteriously, even with so-called millions of Polish who came in the last 30 years, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, all of them went to work in Western Europe. And I live in England. And in England, the population doesn't seem to be going up that much. England, France, and Germany. In fact, the population is going down. And not just them, they're bringing so many refugees from Libya that included bogus refugees that came from many African countries and from Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria. They brought millions of people, and still Europe's population is going down. Isn't this suspicious? Millions of migrants you can see in America, and then you think, where about the local people in America? Where are they going? All these people from South and Latin America and from other places. Yeah, the maths just doesn't add up. And the drinking blood, who said this process stopped? Who said they stopped it? I'll give you an example now. Imagine if you're 60 years old, and if you start drinking the blood of children 4 or 5 years old, that blood has growth in it. The blood cells have growth. They grow. If you keep drinking it for 1 year and your body is 60 or 70 years old, what will happen to your body? Your body will become young again. Yes, that's a fact. So how long are some of these people? If they've been drinking blood for centuries, who said they died?
Some interesting characters like Edward Kelly and John Dee working on the Philosopher's Stone, talking about not just making gold, but the sacrificial power or atonement necessary to make a Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, and what does the New Testament say? Without blood sacrifice, there is no forgiveness. Yes. Who wrote these things? And then the Old Testament was written later. It says the same thing. Now, the strangest thing is now, anybody who's going to, now there's going to be many people, that's why I recommend my books for the full story. They're going to say that, they found no room in these cemeteries, so that's why they just dump the skulls and bones in basements. Imagine dumping your dad in a basement, chop his skulls and bones. Then they say, for example, there's a skull and bones church in northern Italy, and then they say there was a war here in 1880, a battle, and the soldiers who died, we kept their skulls.
Now, this is the part that blew me away. 148:34. I'm going to back it up and let you prepare for this 148:34. But prepare your mind, my good friends. You see some people, Bobby, Fractal, JT, or some of the last commenters. I hope you get to hear this again and let it soak in. After World War II, what did they do?
Imagine dumping your dad in a basement, chop his skulls and bones. Then they say, for example, there's a skull and bones church in northern Italy, and then they say there was a war here in 1880 a battle, and the soldiers who died, we kept their skulls and their bones here to remember everything inside the church. 1880s. Now, for them to do that, soldiers who died, they had their clothes on and everything. The battle was only a few days. What they did is they must have burnt the meat, took out their tongues and their brain and all the meat from inside their skulls, washed everything, and they must have burnt the meat off the bones, or you can't take the meat off the bones very easily, just to put them in that museum. Is this what, and you believe this history? Yes. People believe it.
It's outrageous.
People believe this.
So
it doesn't make sense.
So some of these characters, so looking at that time, like Charles II, the Queen Elizabeth, you've got John Dee and Ed Kelly, and they're involved with Voynich manuscripts, at least allegedly, and this kind of changing of history in the 1700s. They would have been prime candidates for this. Do you think that they were? Do you think that the British court was trying to introduce this or keep this secret?
Now the thing is, the strange thing is, if you look at the history of England, England was invaded from Holland in the 17th century, 1688, by a man called William of Orange. The history sounds like it's bogus. Now in England, and mysteriously, there's lots of churches and cathedrals in the countryside that have been destroyed. So whoever took over the churches, whoever took over the churches changed their function. Now, if anybody wants to understand the true function of churches, now, as I said, they said that it's all these skulls and bones and basements of churches, and they're claiming we couldn't find no place to bury these people. The cities got overcrowded. But many of these places, you could check the population in the 17th century, there's hardly anybody there. So that means the history is alive. And then let's go to Muslim cities now. Mysteriously, the Muslims found more room to bury the dead, and there's millions of Muslims, but in Europe, they didn't find it. Or somebody's going to say, but there's more Christians. No, Latin America is Christian recently. Take away the Latin Americans, then there's more Muslims. And take away the atheists, it means there's more Muslims anyway. Yeah, but forget that. This is not about numbers. Now, the thing is, why can the Muslims find places to bury the people and they don't skulls and bones? And then, let me just give you that Italian one. This will make you actually very suspicious that they took out the brains from the skull. Let me tell you which church is this. San Marino della Battaglia, Church of San Martino della Battaglia di Senzano del Garda in Italy. This place is decorated with skulls and bones, decorations, yeah? And the thing is, they say that this is from the Battle of Solferino, Napoleon III, 1859.
Oop, here I think I was typing. I was typing a message to Fractal Dust Bear.
Bring people, I'm cutting open your leg, taking the blood off, everything in the meat off, taking the bone out, I'm removing your tongue, your cheeks. I'm cutting everything up until I've totally taken out the skull, just to put it inside the church as a museum. See, this is what they're telling us. People just go there and think, oh, it's so sad, these are the bones, so sad, the bad will happen. Nobody's imagining that they're telling us that the church came along, took out the blood, and took off the meat. Now, another thing is World War I, and the Battle of the Bulge. Yeah, it was the worst battle. Was it the Bulge? I've forgotten the name of the battle. I think it was. Yeah. I've forgotten the name. Now they've got that. They've got this memorial for it, a big church in France. Now they buried half the bodies, but the other half of the bodies. Check this out.
See,
they
crazy.
The bodies. They took the uniforms off. They took the hats off. They removed the meat.
This is the one I thought. I thought the other one was about World War II. I think this one, who could do this? It'd be like, we saw all the war movies and we got the tough, gritty ones recently, but what?
Mysteriously, and they've kept the skulls and the bones in the basement of that memorial. Which doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to you? How the hell could you take the uniforms off and everything's off? And they can't say stray dogs, stray pigs came to eat these dead bodies, because what happened is in the trenches, the soldiers were being replaced. If somebody died, they took their body away. They were burying as many as they can, but mysteriously, thousands of them were not buried. We've just got their skulls and bones.
We've seen the trench wars, World War One, just wiping out just so many, like every able-bodied human,
Yeah.
all the
Now,
villages.
now the thing is, the story behind that, yeah, I've written it in a book called Orphan Trains, where I show what was the reason, what they did for the urbanization process after the Ottoman invasion of Europe in the 17th century. Something happened that the people changed their policy, because Anatoly Fomenko shows that when the invasions of Vienna happened, they turn around and say that Russia, that came with the Ottomans, actually lost. But the truth is, they actually won. That the world order was on the retreat. That's why they, after the 17th century, the drinking of blood and everything slowly disappeared. That by the time open cameras came on television, it went underground after the 19th century. That doesn't mean it's gone. Who said they stopped? There is no evidence they stopped. Whoever these people were, mysteriously stopping their diet, drinking blood, and eating human meat, who said that stopped? They're telling us it stopped. And there's millions of people disappearing. And then nobody can explain World War One, yes, that somebody just had shrapnel on his shoulder. And then the rest of his body, they took his clothes off and everything off and the rest of him just to get his bones. It just doesn't make sense that they piled up the bones there and then they put it in that memorial and half the bodies are buried. It doesn't make sense. And if they're going to say there were so many people dying in this battlefield, what about the battlefields on the Muslim territories? Mysteriously, the Muslims managed to bury every single one. Yeah. And then there was they had so many soldiers, after the war, they could have buried every single one. But no, they decided to keep the skulls and the bones and they put it in this memorial. I forgot the name. You can go and see. Not all the bones, but quite a lot of them. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. This is interesting also, like, looking at how England was transformed, languages were replaced, new institutions came with new Gaulish French words that are introduced. In like Greenwich and everything, there's still the fact that the names of places are still, when you read them, you can't pronounce them in English. You have to pronounce them in British because they come from the old language. All of England.
Yes. Yeah, they've changed all the history, unfortunately. Now, Andreas, let's leave it at that. I'm sure you've got enough things.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you. It's been a whirlwind. This is a good one. I appreciate the time you took to talk to me. You should definitely plug your books more.
Yeah, the books. I've got them under Tartaria by David Ewing Jr. There's some books that are circulating online, that people have got them in PDF form. Now, those books were the originals that I gave out to people free. Many of these books have mistakes in spelling, and they've been updated. The ones that are published are the ones that have been updated with more information. It's because the ones that I give out free before was actually because I'm checking what people say, what information to keep, what not to keep, what's necessary. Like, for example,
it's a pleasure and a privilege to be back at the Warburg Institute exactly 50 years after I arrived.
And I want you to think Daddy Warbucks every time they say Warburg.
As a graduate student, I vividly remember the first time I walked into the reading room and I looked up and saw that astonishing quote over the entranceway, where Europeans thought about cannibals from about the 16th century to the mid-18th century. Now, images of cannibals have obsessed the Western imagination, from depictions of Saturn eating his children to the child-eating witch of nursery stories, from the Christian depiction of the devil as a cannibalistic, defecating monster, to Freud's conviction that civilization began when a band of brothers ate dear old dad. Cannibals have been etched in Western psyches, but new kinds of cannibals and new forms of cannibalism appeared in early modern Europe, especially suited to the profound changes in mental and material life that accompanied the discovery of the New World, the religious conflict generated by the Reformation, and the emergence of a capitalist consumer society. Here the cannibal becomes a prominent figure. On the one hand, he represents the primitive other, a savage member of a regressive society. And on the other hand, he represents Europeans as they are engaging in a more capitalist enterprise society. And furthermore, on a subconscious level that gradually emerged into the consciousness of at least some people, the New World cannibals were mere pussycats, sometimes noble pussycats, in comparison to a newer and more vicious kind of cannibal, those rapacious colonialists, materialists, and capitalists who literally devoured the people who stood in their way. Christianity and Christian conflict further complicated the complex meaning of cannibalism in the early modern period. Religious fanatics on both sides of the religious divide were likened to cannibals as they tortured, mutilated, and murdered their religious enemies. French Huguenot Jean de Lery claimed that the livers and hearts of the Protestants slain on St. Bartholomew's Day were eaten by Catholic killers. Well, the Catholic author of The Theater of Cruelty of Our Modern Heretics advised readers to harden their hearts before they saw images of Protestants dismembering little Catholic babies and forcing a priest to eat his own roasted genitals. The parallels between Christian communion and cannibal feast was relentlessly stressed by Protestants who used the analogy to ridicule the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. For all these reasons, cannibals and cannibalism became a topic of great interest and concern during the early modern period. The issue of cannibalism became involved in debates about what characterized human nature, as well as the state of nature, not to mention the nature of the state. Were humans innately violent, and the state of nature our inevitable lot, as Robert Burton maintained when he described the outside world as a market in which we maul, persecute, and study how to sting, gall, and vex one another?
You know, those guys took capitalism to its extreme, I think. You know, I know we do. Well, we're pretty bad too, I guess, but not like eating people. Well, wait a minute. That spirit cooking's, oh man, Bobby Marley, JPT, what are we going to do?
Devouring as so many ravenous birds. Or were humans basically good and their fall into society the cause of their moral turpitude, as Rousseau and others argue? And what about governments? Did they save us from our own cannibalistic tendencies, as Hobbes believed? Or were governments themselves cannibals par excellence, who devoured their citizens in their quest for power and domination? At the heart of these questions lay a more fundamental one about what actually constituted the individual self, both in this world and the next world. Given the richness and complexity of the idea of cannibalism, I think we may agree that the cannibal is one of the great forgotten figures of philosophy, and nowhere are cannibals more conspicuous than in the early modern period, when their presence cast a long shadow on the birth of the modern world with its newly emerging ideas about the nation, the nature of religion, and the effects of capitalist economy, and last but not least, the concept of the individual self. Now, although the theme of cannibalism is an ancient one, the subject did not come into its own until the publication of William Aarons's The Man-Eating Myth in 1979. Arguing that the idea of savage cannibalism had little basis in reality and was in fact simply a way for Westerners to demonize non-Westerners in order to justify colonialism, conquest, and even extermination, Aarons's book caused a furor. While he conceded that some form of cannibalism may actually have existed, he insisted that for the most part, the myth was nothing short of a tool of empire, be it in the real world or in the world of academia and the discipline of anthropology. Aarons's thesis was excoriated by Marshall Sahlins, among others, who equated his denial of cannibalism with a postmodern tendency to question the truth.
So, for the record, I believe it was that time from the 1920s and 30s when people realized they have to take it underground, that this isn't going to float. And they even probably made up the Donner Party and the other ones, like, people hate. What is this? They go, people hate cannibalism unless they're minors. Then you can do it if you get trapped after 8 days. But everybody else hates it.
To the genital stage. But no stage was completely left behind. Even a satisfactory attainment of the genital stage involved an unsuccessful attempt to recreate the absolute intimacy between mother and baby.
See, these freaks, we always have to have their review.
Was absorbed into the cultural center, but not without considerable confusion and much opposition. Establishing borders and boundaries has been a fundamental aspect of human society from the beginning of recorded history, and obviously a necessary one, for without difference there can be no meaning. So thinking in terms of dichotomies such as nature, culture, public, private, spirit, flesh, male, female, is a basic aspect of human thought. Derrida claimed that these various binary oppositions can be subsumed under a single one, that of inside-outside. But this opposition is itself always in danger of collapsing because what appears to be on the outside of any given system of thought is really fully on the inside. For this very reason, the most interesting binary opposition for this talk is inside-outside, since cannibalism involves eating, and the act of eating is the most basic model for the dissolution of boundaries and the incorporation of foreign elements into an individual group or society. Eating is therefore potentially dangerous, and food a potent symbol for whatever is absorbed from outside, whether physically or mentally, literally or metaphorically. Food is therefore more than a substance, it's an attitude, a circumstance, even a language. We hunger and thirst after God. We also hunger and thirst after knowledge, truth, and righteousness. And in so doing, we may read voraciously, bite off more than we can chew, swallow a story whole, ruminate over an issue, digest an argument, assimilate a source, and emerge with half-baked ideas or much mental nourishment and food for thought. Something may look to you good enough to eat, while others might dismiss it as indigestible. Consequently, individuals have or do not have good taste. Food is not just good to eat, but good to think. We must go further and say that to eat or not to eat is the real existential question. And most societies are therefore careful to determine not only with whom one eats and how one eats, but what one eats.
And it makes the act of fasting, so much more healthy.
Maintaining the integrity and purity of individual bodies was an important aspect of medieval and early modern life. Maintaining the boundaries of the body politic, or the body of Christendom, was equally important. Mary Douglas has shown that the Jewish dietary laws did not affect individuals alone. The same substances that were prohibited entry into an individual's body were also prohibited from entering the precincts of the temple, as well as the borders of Israel. He paid 6,000 pounds for a recipe, a pretty hefty sum in the 17th century. The king prepared the medicine frequently himself in his private laboratory. It was the first thing he asked for when he woke up feeling ghastly 4 days before he died. Robert Boyle recognized how hypocritical it was for Europeans to condemn cannibals when they themselves were cannibals. As he says, we condemn cannibals, but we give infants mother's milk, which is but blanched blood.
Shut
we
up.
use money in medicines, and we drink our own boys' urine to prevent scurvy.
Okay, The first one wasn't so bad. Drinking mother's milk, that's good. And then it just got crazy. So I don't know why the mother's milk one was in there. You know.
And the gout. None of these pertinent observations did much to lessen the dichotomy that the majority of Europeans saw between themselves and the New World.
And those
However
guys.
much Europeans may have wanted to discover what was real about the natives and cultures they encountered in their expeditions to the New World, access to such reality was inevitably mediated through preconceived notions drawn from Herodotus, Pliny, Marco Polo, and a host of other ancient and medieval and early modern commentators as to what lay beyond the known world. All this information was then filtered through Christian stories of the fall and redemption. Until the 18th century, it was the rare European, like Montaigne, who could truly entertain the idea of the noble savage. The superiority of the European us versus the cannibal them reasserted itself whenever challenged in any substantial way, leading to a reaffirmation of the superior beauty, intelligence, and morality of the Europeans in contrast to the mental inferiority, immorality, and ugliness of the natives. It should therefore come as no surprise that the iconic image of Vespucci discovering America has Vespucci fully clothed and armored as he encounters a naked America. She rises from her hammock as if being awakened from some kind of primitive torpor. In this illustration, America is surrounded by exotic flora and fauna, and among the flora are cannibals, who appear in the background at the exact center of the picture. There one sees a group of cannibal women tending a barbecue of dismembered human limbs. The fact that the New World was named after the old world explorer Vespucci, Amerigo Vespucci, implies that prior to his arrival, America had no past or future. This is indeed the writing that conquers, as Michel Certeau claims. For to name something is to establish its identity, and Europeans were the ones who most successfully did this. Europeans considered the New World virgin territory, and like any virgin, she needed a man to make her fertile and useful. It was normal for Europeans, colonists and discoverers and imperialists, to identify land with female bodies and colonization with sexual mastery. And this goes right up to modern periods. Thus, when Europeans wrote about the New World and the people inhabiting it, and when European artists illustrated these narratives, what both writers and artists were depicting had more to do and say about themselves than the people and places they encountered. This is especially the case in the multi-volume series of narratives and engravings published by Theodore de Bry, members of De Bry, and members of his family between 1590 and 1634, and known under the rubric of the Great Voyages. The De Bry narratives and their accompanying illustrations do not show us the real natives of the Indies, the real nature of Indian life, or the real look of the physical beings who lived that life, but a European interpretation of both in the light of European interests and concerns. Cannibalism was one of the primary filters through which these concerns were mediated. The De Bry volumes further reflect the family's Protestant bias and the emotional, financial, and political interests of Protestants as they struggled with the Spanish for dominion in the Americas. This bias explains the changing character of the depiction of the American Indians as one moves from the first volumes to the later ones. In the first volumes, the relationship between the English settlers and the Algonquin Indians of Virginia is idealized, as is the relationship between the French Huguenot colonists and the Indians of Florida. These Indians are romanticized and depicted in the classical mode. The third volume is devoted to the cannibals of Brazil, the famous Tupinamba. The depiction of the Indians here is more aggressive, bloody, and savage, but with the mitigating factor that these volumes deal with the Spanish incursions into the Americas. What we find in these volumes is the indictment by Protestants of the tyranny of Spanish Catholicism and the devilish cruelty of the Spanish, which by implication makes fruitful cooperation with the natives impossible. By stressing the enslavement of the natives and the horrible tortures inflicted on them by their Catholic enslavers, the debris illustrations, even more than the texts themselves, contributed to the spread of the famous Black legend, excoriating the Spanish conquistadors. Here the Spanish are depicted as the real cannibals, and whatever awful things the natives may have done is largely explained as a reaction against the unspeakable cruelty of their tormentors. We know from Las Casas and others that the Spanish engaged in horrendous acts of violence, in which they tortured and brutalized and did various horrible things to the Indians. And we can see this, the killing, throwing sodomites to the, dogs and various other things. But of course, this is a very one-sided position. It's not that the Indians are given a complete free pass by degree. Even in the illustrations to the first volumes, which condemn the Spanish, the Indians are presented as dangerous and unpredictable. But once again, what is especially interesting is the way this otherness is communicated through motifs and themes that are already familiar to Europeans from their own history of violence and cruelty. One particular motif that will resonate with anyone who has studied European witch hunts is, in the 16th and 17th century, is the woman with sagging breasts. You can see her up at the top. Not only do her pendulous breasts connect her to the long-established iconography of the European witch, but so, of course, does her age, her wrinkles, her wispy hair, her brutish look, and her cannibalistic instincts, as you can see from the following image. The European witch was the cannibal par excellence. She kidnapped, tortured, cooked, and ate dismembered infants, relished the grilled penises of bewitched and glamorized males, which you can see in the left bottom there, hot dogs under a tree branch, and found her stews and brews of simmered body parts just as finger-licking good as her Indian counterparts. Can you do the next one? Good. Female cannibals in the Americas love precisely the same thing, like witches. They were said to love blood and fat, and as one can see in the illustrations, they lick their fingers greedily to get the very last drop of both. The active and aggressive role that witches played in the old world and cannibal women in the new world represented the antithesis of European norms of political authority and gender relationships. Another indication of how Europeans could and often did experience new experiences through very old lenses. An even more frightening image of a woman with long pendulous breasts appears in the frontispiece of the 13th volume of the Debris Voyages. Here we see a monstrous couple with amazingly large sexual organs. The woman's long pendulous breasts hang below the waist, their length extended by the long nipples like the teats of a cow. Her male counterpart wears a penis sheath. Both have sharpened finger and toenails like animal claws. From their cheeks, ears, nostrils, and chin hang mice and frogs, who further enhance their grotesque and brutish appearance. A further indication of how profoundly Europeans' depictions of cannibals reflected their own psyches and cultural concerns comes in this depiction of pagan idols. An engraving of these idols, which you see over here on the left-hand side of the screen, it's not hard to read in terms of Christian symbolism. We see the same sort of characteristics given to the Christian devil: horns, a grotesque face on the torso or backside, and a serpentine tail. The catastrophic religious and political warfare endemic in 16th and 17th century Europe led to a debate about the nature of man and the state of nature, as I mentioned before. In this atmosphere, the cannibal emerged as the most potent symbol of the chaos caused by the breakdown of authority and hierarchical relationships. Commenting on the need for government, Hugo Grotius declared, "If there were no sovereign power, we should swallow up one another alive. With the values of hindsight and in the face of continuing struggles over religion on the continent and in England, Robert Bolton warned his parishioners of the dangers of anarchy. Take sovereignty from the face of the earth and you turn it into a cockpit. Men would become cutthroats and cannibal one to another. Without sovereignty and social hierarchy, men would be thrown into a state of nature of the kind made all too familiar by the rulers of religion." So in the 16th and the 17th century, we had so many wars of religion, and in the minds of contemporaries like Hobbes, this really was very important. It was very important to have governments, because only governments could stop this. And I would suggest that for many of Hobbes' contemporaries, his notion that life was nasty, brutish, and short really mirrored their own experiences. But even with legitimate government authority, which many did consider the only possible bulwark against lawless anarchy, began to raise alarms. Jean Baudin in the 16th century excoriated the tyrant as he who drinketh the blood of his people and gnaweth their bones, and out of them also sucketh every bit of marrow. The supposed government, the support governments gave to a nation's military ambition led Baron d'Holbach to describe the leaders of European nations as the true Caribs or true cannibals, because of the ease with which they sacrificed their citizens. Even Immanuel Kant logged in this debate and considered governments potential cannibals. Now, the emergence of capitalism and commercial conquest and the commercial conquest that followed on the heels of exploration and colonialization was no less cannibalistic in its effects, according to European critics of both. Homo economicus was not a pretty sight for some people, nor was it cannibal capitalism. As Montaigne wrote in his essay of Carriages, whoever set the utility of commerce and trading at such a price, so many cities razed, so many nations exterminated, so many millions of people put to the sword, and the richest and most beautiful part of the world turned upside down for the traffic of pearls and pepper. A century and a half later, Jonathan Swift is even fiercer in his denunciation of the rapacity of European colonizers. The natives are driven out or destroyed, their princes tortured to discover their gold, a free license given to all acts of inhumanity and lust, the earth reeking with the blood of the inhabitants, and this execrable crew of butchers employed in so pious an expedition is a modern colony sent to convert and civilized an idolatrous and barbarous people. Europeans tended to see the historical ancestors of cannibalistic capitalists in the stereotype of Jewish merchants and moneylenders who obviously appeared in Marlowe and Shakespeare and anti-Semitic literature across Europe. But what really began the march towards cannibal capitalism was not Jewish moneylending, but the emergence of possessive individualism, or the theory that an individual was the proprietor of his own person, free from dependence on others and owing little or nothing to society. This theory provided the foundation for emerging capitalist and consumer society. And this represented this new kind of no one represented this new kind of individualistic behavior better than Robinson Crusoe. Ian Watt was the first to see Daniel Defoe's novel as something of a capitalist manifesto. But he also claimed that the book was deeply religious fable of Puritan spiritual life. And more recent commentators have been less kind to both the book and to Crusoe. They've emphasized what Watt overlooked, namely the way the theme of cannibalism structures the story and reveals Crusoe's state of mind. From the moment Crusoe sees the footprint on the sand, he spends every night in expectation of, quote, being murdered and devoured before morning. When he returns to the beach and finds the skulls, hands, feet, and other bones of human bodies, in chapter 15, some remnants of a cannibalistic feast, he's completely overwhelmed, and he rushes off to one of his hiding places and frantically builds an enormous wall to protect himself. This is very odd behavior indeed for a man described by earlier commentators as the prototype of the new economic man, that model of healthy self-sufficiency and the rational calculator of his own self-interest. In a psychoanalytic study of Crusoe, Elihu Perlman points out that Crusoe had plenty of places to hide on his island. So both his fantasies about the dangers the cannibals presented and his eventual murder of them were unnecessary. While cannibalism and violence are major themes in the story, Perlman comments on the absence of sex, passion, and romance of any kind, and sees this as a sign of Crusoe's immaturity and persistent childishness or whatever. Like an infant, Crusoe fears that the cannibals threaten to engulf and absorb him and devour him, but he wants to do exactly the same thing to them and to the world at large. What, Perlman asks, does it tell us that Robinson Crusoe is the most popular novel in English? Perlman's discussion of Crusoe brings us to one of the major issues that comes up in connection with cannibalism, and that is the issue of exactly, as I said before, what constitutes the self, both while living, but especially after death. Since most Christians at the time, in the early modern Europe, accepted the idea of bodily resurrection, how could the bodies of cannibalized individuals be resurrected and attain eternal life? Augustine raises the case of a starving man who eats another. In what body will the man who has been eaten be resurrected? Will his flesh be restored? If it is, won't that leave holes in the body of the cannibal? And what about Christian martyrs fed to the lions? Numerous attempts were made to solve the conundrums cannibalism posed for the idea of bodily resurrection. Some argued that cannibals cannot assimilate body parts, or that they can only assimilate non-essential parts. Others claimed that whenever humans ate unnatural food, they were naturally struck with nausea. Still others, like Augustine, believed that the flesh the cannibal absorbed would be returned to its rightful owner at the day of resurrection, and whatever gaps and holes were left in the body of the cannibal would be filled in by God.
Obviously.
Lions would, as we see in this mosaic, regurgitate the limbs of the martyrs they had eaten. Such answers
The water will
appeared,
retain the memory.
less and less convincing in the early modern period, as the early modern period went on. And so consequently, there were fewer and fewer, well, still quite a lot, but fewer people continued to believe in the idea of full bodily resurrection. So libertines and skeptics love to exploit this kind of conundrum presented clearly by cannibalism, especially in regard to the idea of resurrection. And we have seen how entwined the issue of cannibalism was with Catholic doctrine of the Eucharist. The illustration of transubstantiation by Hogarth presents a clear idea of what at least one English Protestant thought about this central Catholic doctrine. The Scottish Protestant David Hume also enjoyed tackling the problem of transubstantiation from the angle of cannibalism. In his Natural History of Religion, a priest asks a Turk after he is converted to Christianity and received the sacrament, "How many gods are there?" The Turk replies, "None at all. You have told me all along that there is but one God, and yesterday I ate him." What better place to end a talk about cannibalism in the minds and imaginations of early modern Europeans? Thank you.
No questions?
I'd be happy to.
We missed the question session. Nobody got the question. Is this the session for the questions? Yikes, mad cow.
Yeah.
Crutchfield. Oh, yuck. Look at that. No thanks. Look at that title. I remembered that. Let's see what's been going on. Now, here's something. These people, I almost talked about their video this morning. I don't know what's going on with them, but I can't keep up. I'm looking at almost 7 hours, and I told myself yesterday I did 8 hours, a 5 hour and then a 3 hour. And just the sitting, I've gotten up a few times to stretch it and work it out. And, that's the thing, we got to love our bodies. We got to eat right. You've got to work out. You want to be in shape, or do you want to be like one of those people in that Wall-E movie that they buy their stuff at Big Lots and they sit around and, there's a weed in the yard. Oh, I guess I could pull it out, or I could go buy some Roundup and drown it with glyphosate. A lot of glyphosate gets sold because, those weeds, man, you let them go, and next thing you know, it's like, don't worry, they'll die in a couple of days, you in a couple of years. Children, they might not be able to have our grandchildren like we thought, but we don't care. Kickoff is at 8. If you could remove your hat, men, women, my dreams would come true if you'd study the Bible and come to the same conclusions that I see obvious, that you should cover your hair. When we're praying, dear Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for a chance to share. I thank you for the chance to see things as they are through the lens of Holy Scripture, through the lens of believing that every word that Jesus ever said was true, as you made me realize the truth of that when I said that in 1981. Already believing and trusting, but being blessed with a special connection with God ever since then. Every word that Jesus said is true. I can never not believe that. That is for sure. Dear Heavenly Father, help their backs, help their shoulders, help them stretch out. Their stomachs are always in distress. Their headaches, some tinnitus has been happening recently. The people that get the tinnitus, yes, it has been much worse than normal. There are no answers. We don't know. They don't know either. Heavenly Father, the immune system, let that be the main focus. Let their temple be the focus. Let them not be one accused of ever learning but never coming to the knowledge and then the application of a life committed to a Romans chapter 12 verse 1 mentality that it's our reasonable service to present our bodies as a living sacrifice. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for loving us. Thank you for the Bible, protecting it for us. Thank you for loving us while we were yet in our sins so we could say, we love you. Glory to your name. Thank you for your precious blood. Amen. Amen. In Jesus' name. It is a flat earth nation. And guess what? I'm never going to tell you anything else, and neither are my friends. Amen. Hallelujah.